What's going on, everybody? New Beasts and Billions podcast. I'm here with Sheriff Will Akin. This guy's an Army veteran, 7 years, countless amounts of years in the police force, and for the first time in 68 years, the first unopposed sheriff to be on the ballot. And so, thank you for joining me, and I'm extremely excited for this episode.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me on your show.
Awesome. So like I said, like I started, so kind of let's walk me through your childhood a little bit. Because obviously you have a very decorated resume. But what got you to that point from childhood? I've seen some interviews where you talk about your relationship with your mom and things like that. So what was your childhood like?
It was terrible. I'll just throw that out there. I had a lot of positive memories growing up, just like I think as much as everyone else does. But at the same time, there's probably 10 times as many negative memories. But just kind of put it in a nutshell, my father left my mom and my brother and I when I was 3 years old. My brother was just born, and he flew the coop. He took off, and so it left my mom to raise two boys, one who has a cognitive disability, and so that just compounded the challenges that it took to raise two kids, single mom. When I was 8 years old, we ended up being homeless, and we were probably homeless for about 2 years, and ended up moving to Bakersfield, California. That's kind of where I say I grew up at. Because I spent the most time there, but our situation improved a little bit. We were actually living in a house instead of our car,
Mhm.
but it was with my grandparents. It was with my mom's mom, my grandmother, and my grandfather. And it was a little bit better, like I said. But we were living in the car. We were sleeping on the floor in the living room because it was a one-bedroom house. And then
Yeah.
eventually we were able to get our own one-bedroom house, which was like kind of like it was like a complex of six houses. And we spent about 8 years in uh, four of those houses.
Wow.
So when I was 16 years old, I thought that going to school was for losers, and I ended up dropping out of high school because I thought it was more important to work and help support my mom and my brother. And it wasn't until I was about 18 years old when just still very turbulent teenage years, an acquaintance of mine shot a guy with a shotgun to steal his motorcycle, and he was running around the same friends of circle of friends that I had. And I just thought to myself, I have to get out of here. I'm going nowhere real fast. At that time, I was working three jobs. I was delivering newspapers in the morning. Then I'd work my regular job as a like a fleet manager slash shipping manager of the company that I worked for, and then I'd deliver pizzas at night. So I was working three jobs for about a year, and then that moment came, and I was like, I have to get out of here. So I went and got my GED, and I joined the army.
Wow. I mean, kind of pin that because that's tough. But you always hear like, especially me being in combat sports, me like a lot of the people that I associate with, veterans, first responders. I mean, I hate to sound like a broken record, but those are the people that I support. So a lot, but the unfortunate reality for a lot of these people is, especially veterans. The military is for people that did not have a they had broken families. They came up through not good circumstances, and that's the unfortunate reality. Uh, but that's just the fact. So how did that how did going through that though shape you? Because obviously the more you go through as a person, and the more you can endure, which we'll get into a little bit later. But the more you go through and endure, obviously the more you're going to be set up in the future, right? They talk about like jujitsu, for example. Like if someone's trying to strangle you constantly, you know, that becomes your anxiety bar just rises and you're able to endure more, right? And so that's kind of the similar situation with people that are raised like that. So how did that affect you and change your life?
Yeah, I tell you, to your point, where a lot of broken homes, kids from broken homes join the military and stuff. I always attribute the army to saving my life. You know, It gave me the structure that I needed that I wasn't getting at home anywhere in my life at that time. And so when I joined the military, I mean, basic training wasn't hard for me physically, but it was very difficult for me mentally because I mean, here I am, a kid that grew up on the streets, and it was live or die there. But now you're in a situation where it's survival with your drill sergeants yelling and screaming at you, and you better not do anything because they own you. And the ramifications of talking back or mouthing off. I mean, oh my gosh! So you just had to take it. Well, that shaped me because that was the structure I needed, and it set me up for success. I mean, you know, when I was enlisted, I was a parachute rigger, and all the challenges that came with being a parachute rigger to include, I mean, really everything airborne. I skydived, I was a jump master, I was a pathfinder.
Mhm.
In fact, I recently found out that they don't even have pathfinders in the Army anymore. They concluded that specialized training, which was really awkward for me, but nonetheless, it set me up for success. And then, while I was enlisted, uh, there was 9 of us that went to my duty station. We all went to the same duty station from training after parachute rigger school, and we were all talking about fast tracking through the ranks, and they were talking about what they were going to do. And I was like, yeah, man, I want to be a sergeant in 3 years. And it actually took me 3 years and 1 month. But when they got to the point where they were talking about what colleges they were going to or signing up for, I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I have to go to school to get promoted?
Yeah.
I was like, I hate school. Well, in order to remain competitive, I went to school. And I actually was the only one out of 9 of us to graduate with my associate's degree. That allowed me to put my flight packet in, which later allowed me to become a Black Hawk helicopter pilot. And I was a Black Hawk helicopter pilot until I was 26 years old. So total, I was in the Army for 8 years, 4 months, and 16 days. And when I was 26, they diagnosed me with adult onset asthma. They permanently grounded me and told me to find a new job. And that's what ended my military career. Well, I had a young family at the time, and I was like, oh my gosh, I had never had any intention or desire to leave the Army because I loved it. I mean, I was successful, but I had a family to support, so I had to start looking for a job. Well, the one job that made the most sense because of structure was law enforcement. Now, let me back up a little bit. In the neighborhoods that I grew up in, primarily on the east side of Bakersfield, when the cops showed up, there was no community-oriented policing. You ran. Whether you weren't doing anything wrong, it didn't matter. You just ran. There was no, hey, Officer Friendly, how you doing? What brings you here today? Because if they're present, something bad was happening. So you just ran. And so I never dreamed of being a cop. Well, now I have to support my family, and going into law enforcement had that similar structure to the military, a very quasi-militaristic structure.
Mhm.
And so it made sense. But, I went to the Arizona Law Enforcement Academy in 2003. And man, that was really easy after the military.
Yeah.
So going back to your point of how did growing up like that and going through the military set me up for success, as I continued on with my life. And yeah, I was the comedian in the academy. They'd put us in the front lean and rest or the push-up position, and they would just walk away. And of course, we're all tired and smoked, and I'm the guy that starts laughing, and they're telling me, Akin, shut the hell up, stop laughing, we're gonna get in more trouble. And I remember one of my classmates, they said, what are you laughing at? I was like, can you believe they're paying us for this? So yeah, that was 21 years ago, almost 22 years ago. And I'm not going to say that my law enforcement career has been perfect. I mean, I've had my ups and downs, but here I am almost 22 years later. And I can tell you, man, I am so glad I made that step because I have had, over this period of time, I have been put in positions to impact people's lives positively more than I could have ever imagined. And growing up the way I did, I've been able to influence a lot of people in my similar upbringing to make better decisions in their life. And I tell you, I'm not going to say it's a dream come true, but it is, if that makes sense, because man, I'm living a dream. It feels like. Love my
Yeah.
job.
Yeah, well, that's inspiring to hear, cause well, and it's funny. It really is funny because, um, I preparing for this interview, I mean, I've had plenty of time to prepare for it, but it didn't take much preparing, but I did do, I love just listening to people talk. The term when I was a kid, the term "2 ears, 1 mouth" for a reason. Like, I just never forgot it. So I love listening to people talk. Um, and so I was watching some YouTube videos. There's this channel called Jubilee, and they talk. It's like they'll bring in like a Republican, and then they're like surrounded by 30 liberals, and then they'll bring in a liberal surrounded by 30 Republicans, or a cop surrounded by 30 criminals. And it's just debating. And I'm one of the weirdo people that'll watch anyone debate because it's fascinating. Uh, Nonetheless, to get on the point, is I go and I'm watching this video of this cop debating 30 to 60 criminals, convicted criminals, right? And so this is in California, so it's not quite America, but close enough. And this cop was in New Jersey. He was a cop in New Jersey, and then these people were from South Central LA and whatever. Like I said, not quite America, and so they have a false sense of reality in most regards, I'd say. But the biggest part is they were talking about police brutality and whatnot, and that's a big thing. We'll get into it in a little bit. But the moral of the story that ties into what you had to say is the cop was saying his biggest statement that he said over and over and over again is that um, no one hates a bad cop more than a good cop. No one hate every most of the cops. And in fact, that was one of his talking points. Most cops, sheriff's office or police department, are get into it to help and to change the world in whatever small, minute way they can. And obviously that was argued against. But it's relieving for me to hear someone to hear that statement is corrected by most people, and we'll get into employment and things like that, and we'll get further into that. But I just wanted to say that is relieving. So we got through your childhood a little bit, and so you dropped out at what, 16, 17,
16 years old. Yeah.
16, yeah, and then you enlisted in the army. So we can kind of go there because I'm also fascinated by this topic as well. Boot camp. So when you drop out, what is the waiting period from boot camp or from dropout to boot camp? And what was that like? Were people questioning you, friends, people, what are you going to do now? Was that kind of the status quo where you were? And what that looked like, the months, weeks, days awaiting that?
That's a really good question. And actually, I don't get asked that question very often. What happened during that period of time when I dropped out, which I would tell you, I disappointed my mother so much when I told her I'm done with school. And, of course, she wanted me to graduate like any parent would.
Right.
But I hated my childhood and I just wanted to, I felt like I was running away from the way, now, I was running away from our circumstances
Mhm.
because my mother was disabled. She later, I mean, she had a back injury that prevented her from working. And we were on, I mean, we were on food stamps, welfare. And, I've heard people talk about the government cheese line. Shoot, I remember those days at the park, 200 people in line waiting for a box of food. It didn't really dawn on me until later in life, like how my mom must have felt having to be in that line. And so in that period of time between 16 and 18 and almost 19 years old, it was I was running away. I actually moved out of the house. I ended up moving in with a friend of mine. We were roommates for a while, and then I moved back. But the whole time, I wasn't just loafing, and I think that's the reason why there wasn't a whole lot of time, like a whole lot of chaos in my life, because the structure that I did have was at work. And so I worked for a company called Ernst Manufacturing in Bakersfield, California. They manufactured multi-million dollar pieces of equipment to size and shake out like potatoes and carrots, like agricultural manufacturing plant is what it was. And working for that company, I remember my bosses, successful business owners. One was a fighter pilot, a fighter jet pilot, and so it was almost like I was looking up to them.
Mhm.
And so I think if I would have stayed with that company, I probably would have ended up being a machinist or a welder or something like that. But you know, fate would have it that one of my acquaintances, one of my friends in that friend group, shot someone to steal a motorcycle. And I know what that means today. I could have been in just as much trouble as he got into if I was just there. And I mean, we certainly didn't have the resources back then. So to mitigate that with legal action and stuff.
Yeah.
So I worked a lot. That's why I ended up working 3 jobs. So I didn't have time really to get in trouble. And really that last year leading up to the military, I didn't have time to hang out with the friends that I had at the time. So I kind of just did my own thing. So yeah, I just worked a lot.
Yeah. So, and mentally, if you can recall, did you know that you were always going into the army, or did you wake up one day and say, "This is what I'm gonna do"?
Man. So I remember hanging out with my friends, and they were all talking about going into the Marines, and they were going to be a Navy SEAL, and they were going to be
Yeah.
an Army Ranger Special Forces, and all this stuff. And believe it or not, like right now I'm 240 and I'm 5'11, probably 5'10 and a half. I've kind of shrunk a little bit. Um, but I was the little guy, and I was always talking about, yeah, me too. I'm going to join it. And I remember my friends always telling me, "You're not good enough. You would never make it." Well, I'm the only one out of that friend group that joined the military, and I actually ended up having a successful military career. So, no, I never thought I was going to join the military. It was just I found out about the shooting, and right about that time, I had a really like turbulent relationship with my girlfriend at the time, and I just remembered waking up going, I have to get out of here. So I actually went to the Army recruiter. It was on a Saturday, and I walked in, and he goes, "Hey, we're closed." And I go, "Yeah, but I want to go in the Army." He's like, "All right, well, come on in." And so we talked, and I took the ASVAB, the pre-ASVAB test at the recruiter station, and I passed, and I passed very well. Got a high score, and he goes, "When do you want to leave?" And I was like, "I want to leave tomorrow." And he was like, well, we can't make that happen. He goes, "What if I can get you?" And it ended up being like a month, which was cool because it allowed me to give a 2 weeks notice to the company that I was working for. Actually, the newspaper I didn't really care about, but my main business that I worked with, and then delivering pizzas at night because they were awesome to work with. I gave them a 2 weeks notice. And then I just kind of took 2 weeks off to kind of tie up loose ends, and off I went.
Wow. And so mentally, were you feeling anxious? Were you just ready to go? I mean, because like for me, if it, if I'm preparing for a fight personally, or I'm preparing for a huge interview, or I'm preparing for something huge, not so much an interview, but a fight where I know there's going to be physical damage endured, possibly embarrassing things could happen. Uh, you know, at first it doesn't seem real, and then about 2 weeks out, it seems more real. Week of, it's like, all right, I'm suffering because I'm cutting weight, but it's even more real. And then like the night of, it's like hard to wrap my head around. I'm getting into a fight tomorrow, and then the day of is like, all right, it's go time.
I think I didn't really have time to think about the time breaking it down like how you just described. Now
Hmm.
I'll tell you things in my life today when I'm preparing, let's say a presentation that I'm giving to 500 people. I'm the keynote speaker, and I was invited to whatever conference.
Hmm.
Yeah, I get a little bit of anxiety going into it
Yeah.
and rehearsing what I'm going to talk about. I go over my notes, and sometimes I'll even write out my entire speech and I'll rehearse it. And so going into it, I feel like I'm prepared. But back then, I had no options. So
Mhm.
it was only the military for me in my mind. So it was just kind of like I was floating through it and not really thinking about it. I was just tying up loose ends. And then when the day came, I got in the recruiter's car, drove to Fresno, California, where MEPS was at, and they processed me and stayed the night, and then I was gone.
Wow.
Now, I would
Uh,
tell you, they told me that back in October of 1994, drill sergeants couldn't hit you anymore. Yeah, like the first week, I saw a drill sergeant throw a dude down the stairs at the chow hall. I was like, whoa, whoa, that's not what I was told. So yeah, it was nerve wracking once I got there. But as I guess with anything, you might be nervous when you get there, but if you give it enough time, you become accustomed to it.
mhm.
Just like jujitsu, right? I
Yeah.
remember when I first went in, I couldn't control my breathing. I couldn't
Yeah.
control, movements. I didn't know balance. But then after a while, I was like, oh man, I'm kind of getting good at this until I rolled with Zach, and then he put me down where I belong. But
Yeah.
or some 13-year-old kid that does the same thing to me.
You're right.
Uh, get accustomed to it, and I think that's where I was at.
Yeah. Well, put it this way, you're not the only one who Zach humbles on a daily basis. I'm normally eating humble pie frequently with him. But so you get to basic, and like you said, it was the structure that you wanted. I mean, what was it like? I mean, because my grandpa was in the military. He was in the Air Force, but he was in the military 70s, 80s. And so he always tells me when I was considering the military, he told me, well, he made me watch Full Metal Jacket. Um, and it was like, this is what basic training's like. Which is a great movie. Basic training's really the only good part in that movie. But and he's like, that's if you want to know what basic training's like, that's what it's like. So for you, what is your perception of basic training?
Man, I tell you what, it's funny you bring up Full Metal Jacket because that's the perception I had that basic training was going to be like. Now, the recruiters, they kind of described it a little differently. It brought down my anxiety a little bit. But then when I got there, I was like, holy crap, what did I get myself into?
Hmm.
But I'll say probably about the second week, you start figuring out what they're trying to achieve with you. And they break you down. I mean, they smoke your bags every day. And you're learning different things. And really the different things are it's like a basic military foundation that you can build on once you leave basic training. So, you get accustomed to it, but let's fast forward. I have two kids in the military now. My middle son, he's 25 years old. He graduates, in about a month and a half from Columbia College in over in Columbia, Missouri, and he's going back in the military after he'd served almost 3 years enlisted, but now he's going back in as an officer. He was fortunate enough to get into the Green to Gold program. So military paid for his education. He's going back in as an officer. He chose the Army and he chose infantry and he loved it. Now, it's funny when I tell this story, when I told this story to him, I was like, the only reason why I didn't go into infantry is because I was scared. It was bad enough that I was going into the Army, but infantry, well,
Hmm.
shoot, man, I get to my first duty station and I was quartermaster because that's where the branch that parachute riggers were in.
Hmm.
I was quartermaster, but where did I end up going? To an infantry battalion. So I ended up having to do almost everything those guys did anyway. And I
Yeah.
was happy for him, but I know it's like, okay, infantry is what it is. He's successful at it. Now he's changing his branch. But when my youngest son decided he was going to go into the military, he decided to go into the Air Force. Now I know what the Army's basic training is like, at least in my head, almost 30 years ago. Oh my gosh, yeah, 30 years ago. Give me a second. 30 years ago, 3 days ago.
Wow.
Holy.
Wow.
So I get to Jake is my youngest son's name, and he is at Lackland, I think, somewhere in Texas. I don't remember which air base he was at, but at graduation, I saw airmen and uh, cadets. I don't know what they're called. Basic trainees. We'll just call them basic trainees. Walking up to drill sergeants and just hey, like, I don't know where to go, drill sergeant, drill instructor, where should I go? And they're just like, oh, okay, just go over there. And I was like, they didn't stand at the position of parade rest. They didn't stand at position of attention, like nothing. It was just like, hey, bro, I need to go and do something. You know, where am I supposed to go? And they're like, oh, yeah, just go over there. And I was just like, I looked at my wife and I was like, what the hell is going on? So I think Air Force basic training is going to be a little different than the other branches. But it's funny because now we have two Army guys in our family and one Air Force guy. And of course, the Army guys are beating up on the Air Force guy, and he gives it right back. But he said something to me one time, and it was something that his drill instructors told him. He said, this will happen. He said, but the Air Force doesn't train you to be a grunt. The Air Force trains you to be smart at your job.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my son's an engine mechanic on the C-130s in St. Joe, Missouri. And he's also an aerospace engineer student at Missouri S&T in Rolla. So, man, when you really think about that, I'm like, that makes total sense. And I'm glad that he joined the Air Force as opposed to another branch. I'm still proud. I mean, either way, I never thought I'd have kids in the military. But I don't think basic training is quite like what it was 30 years ago.
No, I don't think a lot of things are like it was 30 years ago. Granted, I wasn't here to experience it 30 years ago, but from what I understand, it's not. I mean, I think even stuff things aren't like it was 10 years ago. I mean, 10 years ago you were able to say and do things that that you can't do today.
Right.
So I mean, I can't even imagine what it's like 30 years ago. Um yeah. So you get through basic training, you get sent to the infantry unit. From then to what was the or the road to get from where you were to Black Hawk pilot?
So, I just did my time as a parachute rigger. But I was also, I was told to never volunteer for anything when I joined the military. And I just remember getting in more trouble initially because no one volunteered. And it was obviously group punishment that followed with that. So I kind of started my career off early by just being the guy that always volunteered for everything to kind of step up and just prevent the group punishment from happening.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that allowed me to experience so much more than like soldiers would normally experience. And what I mean by that is I started going to Soldier of the Month boards and Soldier of the Quarter, Soldier the year boards. And in order to go to those boards, you have to prepare. And how you have to prepare is you have to have knowledge. And so it made me study a lot about the military. Mm-hmm. And I started winning these boards. Well, when you start standing out and winning in those boards, you start getting awards and you start getting special recognition and things will come up and your company commander knows who you are because you were the Soldier of the Year, and so I do a lot of things, but mostly I just did my job. Mm-hmm. Opportunities came up and it was really kind of like right place at the right time. I ended up being the colonel's driver for our battalion. And while I was the colonel's driver, I got the opportunity to go to Pathfinder school and, made my way up to sergeant. And I was a sergeant for a couple of years. I actually made sergeant in 3 years, 1 month, like I said earlier. Mm-hmm. But that opened a whole set of other doors. Well, when I put in for my flight packet, the sergeant major of the entire battalion, he came to me and said, hey, I want to make you a black hat. And a black hat is basically an airborne instructor or jump master instructor or whatever branch he would want you in. For me, it was airborne. Yeah. And I told him, I was like, well, let me think about this because that's not the normal path for a parachute rigger. Well, I think it was like a couple days later, I found out that I got selected for Warrant Officer Candidate School, which allowed me to go to flight school.
Right.
I had to go back to him and tell him, hey, I'm not going to do the airborne instructor. I'm going to go ahead and be a helicopter pilot. Mm-hmm. Well, right at that same time, I found out that I made points to become a staff sergeant, and I had to turn down staff sergeant and airborne instructor to go to warrant officer candidate school. So yeah, that was kind of weird for me because I never saw myself going into anything other than being a parachute rigger. Um, Now warrant officer candidate school, whoa, that was a trip. That was 7 weeks. I lost 22 pounds in 7 weeks.
Wow.
Uh, yeah, you want to talk about time management and messing with your emotions? That's the course. So that's how I got to warrant officer candidate school, being enlisted.
Awesome. I'm sorry, Zoom's saying that I gotta log into my account to uh all right, so we got to warrant officer candidate school, and then you got to go to flight school from there. And then you said you were in the it was a short-lived career because you got diagnosed with asthma. So
Yeah.
what was the time period between when you got diagnosed to when you um what was that looking like in that short time period?
Yeah, so I ended up flying for or being a warrant officer as a Black Hawk pilot for about 4 years. And like I said, when I was 26, it was interesting. I was stationed up in Fort Drum, New York, and I was one of the fast runners. But running with the fast group one day, I couldn't breathe. And I was like, man, I had to fall out and not continue the run. I thought maybe
Mhm,
I was getting a chest cold or something like that. It was in the winter time.
mhm.
And I don't know. I just kept going to PT and I just couldn't breathe. I couldn't catch my breath. So I went to the flight doc and he's like, man, your lungs are clear. He said, I'm going to have to send you to a specialist. And I was like, okay. So they sent me to a pulmonologist. They set up this, it was like a space capsule, and it's called the methacholine challenge test. And basically, what they do is they make you breathe methacholine gas. If you have asthma, it triggers an asthma attack. If you don't have asthma, then you can get through the entire series with no problem. I didn't even make it halfway through, and I was about to pass out. And it was so bad that even the nurse freaked out because she couldn't get the albuterol into the system fast enough because this little space capsule, you're
Mhm.
fully encapsulated. You're just in there sitting down, breathing this gas.
Yeah.
And so doctor comes in after all that, and he's like, well, he goes, you have asthma. And I was like, well, what does that mean for my flight career? And he's like, you don't have one. I was
Wow.
like, oh my gosh. So from that moment to the time I got out, it was about 8 months. Well, they wouldn't keep me in my unit, mostly because our unit was getting split up, and half of us was going to Afghanistan, the other half Iraq. It was 2002, and so we were preparing for the 2003
Mhm.
deployment. And they wouldn't keep me in that unit because I was holding a spot. They needed full personnel. So what they did was they moved me over to a medical unit, and I ended up reviewing and writing policies for the lead, like the head medical doctor of Fort Drum.
Mm.
And he was an awesome guy. I talked with him a lot. I told him, what am I supposed to do? I have asthma. And he goes, so do Olympic athletes. He goes, but it doesn't stop them.
Oh, wow.
When he told me that, I was just like, what? I didn't know that. He's like, yeah. He goes, people live fruitful lives with asthma. He goes, don't let that stop you. And I was just like, man, all right. Yeah. So, 8 month period of time, I finally got out processed, and I had, let's see, 2 months to just kind of relax, get moved from New York over to Arizona because I had to move my family over to Peoria, Arizona, which is in the Phoenix area, the valley right there. So 2 months was enough time. I picked up mountain biking or when I was in the military, and the mountain biking out in Arizona was freaking amazing. And I ended up
Yeah.
being a mountain bike tour guide, working for an outfit out there. So that was really cool.
Yeah.
And yeah, just waited for the police academy, and then April of 2003 came, and I started the police academy.
Wow. Well, I can say or Arizona is a beautiful place. I grew up in Las Vegas, so very close. My grandma lives in Arizona, in Santan Valley.
Oh yeah, yep.
Uh, and so I love Arizona. Everything's great about Arizona. So and the mountain biking there is great. Uh,
Yeah.
it's amazing. Not so great here. So you go from I kind of want to dive into family a little bit. So you already married with kids at this point?
I was. Gosh, I got married young. I was 19 years old,
Wow.
and father when I was 20. Which back then, like I thought I was ready for that. Let me tell
Yeah.
you, any 20-year-old who says they're ready to become a father or a mother, I'm sorry, I don't believe you, because you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah.
And when my first son was born, I was like, what the hell am I doing? I have no clue what I'm doing, because one, I grew up without a father, so I
Mhm.
didn't really know what it was like to be a dad, let alone have a dad,
Yeah.
or have a dad, let alone be a dad.
Mhm.
But I had certain people in my lives that I could look up to as a father figure, so I got to see that relationship with them and their sons who are my friends. But man, when it's you and yours, man, I had no clue. But I will say today, my oldest son's 28 years old, and I just turned 49 yesterday. I'm still young.
Yeah.
So there is a little bit of advantage of having kids young and still being young when they're out living their best life.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was married with two kids at the time, actually three. Man, it's when my niece was 14 years old, she was in a lot of trouble, and the family came to my kid's mom and I, because we've since divorced. But they asked us to take her into our home, and I said sure, on one condition, and that's me adopting her, and the family has to be okay with it. And long story short, everyone agreed, and I ended up adopting my niece when she was 14 years old. So not only did I have two young boys, I also had a teenage girl.
Mhm.
Now, when I say a teenage girl, man, I was like 27 years old. I think 27 years. Yeah, 27, 28 years old. Oh
Wow.
no, I was 25 when I adopted her.
Wow.
13. There's only 9 years difference. Biologically, I don't even think I could have had her.
Yeah.
But she got her life turned around, and
Awesome.
she ended up she's a mom of three now, and she lives
Awesome.
in Arkansas. But her biological mom came back in the picture, and I'll just put it like this: if she called me today, right now, I would be like, "Honey, what do you need?" But I don't, because her biological mom came back in the picture. Things improved, and I was like,
Mhm.
I don't want to get in the way of that. I'm just glad I was there for her when she needed me the
Yeah.
most. So yeah, so I had three kids moving to Arizona. Yeah, but she's living her best life now. But I have two other boys. So my 28-year-old, he's an environmental scientist. He lives in Indiana.
Mhm.
So he's doing, I mean, really well for himself, and he's successful in his own right. My middle son, like I said earlier, he's 25, and he just getting ready to graduate from Columbia College, and he'll go back in the military. And then my youngest son, he graduated a year early from high school to go to basic training and take a gap year. And he's in the Air Force now, and he's also a aerospace engineering student at
Wow.
Rolla. Which,
Wow.
and I tell you, man, all three of my kids are smart. And it's funny because, and I don't want to get ahead of myself, but they told me one time, or I told them, I said, literally when you got to, like, I think it was the 6th or 7th grade, I couldn't help them with school anymore because they were all in the advanced stuff.
Mhm.
And I said, you just got too smart for me. And they would always joke around, but they're like, Dad, but you're a doctor. And I go, yeah, doctor of thought. I can critically the heck out of something. But you are actually STEM, like you're math and science and all this
Yeah.
stuff. I was like, I can help you with that.
Yeah. That's funny. So you mentioned that you have two kids, three sons, but two, and you adopted a daughter with a wife that you've since divorced.
So let me kind of wrap that up real quick.
Yeah.
So with my and look, I'm no exception to the military and law enforcement lifestyle and challenges that come with it.
Yeah,
Military and law enforcement are both very demanding professions, and
absolutely.
sometimes it doesn't fare well for marriages.
Mhm.
So I'll just caveat what I'm about to say with that, or premise it. But my kid's mother, we were married for 11 years and we had two sons. But during
Mhm.
that time frame, I adopted my daughter. We since divorced. I got married a second time. That marriage only lasted for about 2.5 years. And then that's when I went to Afghanistan as a contractor. And I'm sure we'll probably get to that.
Mhm.
But then I met my wife, my current wife, and we've been together for 14 plus years now.
Mhm.
When I was overseas, and we met online. And the first 2 years of our relationship, to include 1 year of marriage, was spent 7,000 miles apart. And
Wow.
yeah, and in that 2 year period of time, I think we calculated it. And if you collectively put all the days together that we were only together for about 3 months. And that was
Wow.
beginning of a relationship. But I think that's the reason why we're successful in our relationship today, because we were able to build a foundation of communication, which that's probably the number one thing that suffers in relationships is being able to communicate one, but communicate effectively
Mhm.
is the bigger challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, so kind of
Wow.
like put all the pieces together.
Impressive. And that is an unfortunate thing about these the circumstance of being in military and being in law enforcement is it is very hard. Not only for it's I would argue that it's harder on the wife than it is the person who's actually doing it because, especially women, they're more emotional creatures by nature. So, you know, for instance, like one of my best friend's dad was in the military and then he was a cop as well. I mean, but he was cop then military. Uh, and he said he got divorced his first marriage as well just because uh his wife would like anytime he'd leave the door like leave to go to work, his wife just could not handle the fact that he may not be coming back. And that's the sad reality of police, first responders in general, and also military is when you leave for work, there's a possibility you are not coming back. It's not like going to work in a cubicle. I mean, it is a tough job, and some people are made for it and some people aren't.
I'd like to add to that. You're right. There are a lot of spouses, and it's not because we have, women in law enforcement or first responders and military, so that
Mhm.
that relationship or that dynamic is also for guys and girls.
Yeah.
But it's not just the I guess the idea of my loved one won't come. There's a possibility that my loved one won't come home, whether it's my wife or my husband.
Mhm.
But when I go to work, and I can look back and I can be very, um, I can critically think about the relationship that I was in back then. It's not when I went to work, because when I went to work, that was easy. Oh man, I come to work, I know exactly what I'm doing. In fact, like right now, I'm the sheriff. Like I'm the boss. Like there's no one that's going to tell me what to do. I'm the one that kind of doles out the responsibilities or the tasks.
Yeah.
So when my wife sees me leave, not so much now because we're empty nesters, but let's just say as a family unit, right? When the kids are still at home. When I go to work, my life is easy. I'm not even thinking about home, or I try not to, because there's no proverbial light switch that you can just flip, and now
Right.
all of a sudden I don't have to think about home.
Yeah.
With our spouse at home, not only do they have to do their job, or let's just say stay at home parent, man, they got the kids to worry about. They have the house to
Mhm.
worry about, dishes and clothes. And I mean, there's just so much more responsibility at home for the non-first responder, non-military,
Yeah.
that we like I never considered that. I was just like, this is my job. That's your job. This is my job. Well, let me tell
Mhm.
you, three marriages into my into this lifetime, that is not the right way to look at it.
Yeah.
And when you talk about emotional beings, that women are emotional beings, I would like to say, just throw a little wisdom out there that I think women are a little more emotionally attuned to what's going on, and guys have a hard time accepting that or acknowledging that. But you know
Mhm.
what? In a relationship, it takes two. And I'm
Yeah.
not saying it's 50-50 all the time, because sometimes one will be giving more. And then
Mhm.
hopefully it will be balanced out by that person
Yeah.
just having a bad day. And then the other person can pick up the
Mhm.
slack. So it kind of goes back and forth. But not, at the end of the day, that's a team unit. That's like that's like the forever small team unit. We talk about small teams, excuse me, small teams in the military, special
Mhm.
forces groups and stuff like that, or even in law enforcement, special units. Yeah, that's a small team too. But the husband wife or the marriage, that dynamic there, that's a forever small team unit.
Yeah.
You better be investing just as much as you can, because, and I'll end this thought with this. When I do presentations about mental health and well-being, I ask people, if I have the opportunity, I ask them, hey, so what are your hobbies? And inevitably, someone will always say, well, my kids are my hobbies. We got baseball and basketball and volleyball. And they start naming off all these sports and dances and stuff. And I'm like, wow. I said, okay. I said, but what happens when they turn 18 and they go to college? And they're not going to college close. Like, they literally fly the coop and they move several states over. Who are you stuck with? Your husband, your
Yeah.
wife. I tell you what, you better be investing there, because those are the people who are going to be with you for the rest of your life. And if you
Yeah.
don't have a good relationship up to that point, you're not, I would say, statistically speaking, you're probably more apt to getting divorced. And I think there are stats out there that show that divorce rates are much higher later in life.
Mhm.
That correlates with kids leaving the home.
Yeah.
We have to invest in it. And that's only
Absolutely.
me saying this now. 20 years ago, I'd have been like, psh,
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying.
Well, I mean, life is the ultimate teacher. I mean, some of the best parents that I've recognized, obviously, I'm only 20, so I can't really, what do I know at the end of the day? That's why I'm talking to you, and that's why I have this podcast, is to talk to people. What do I know? I think I'm a decent fighter, but then I go spar with someone and I get destroyed and I think I suck. So that's why I talk to everyone, right? I'm trying to level up. But from my perception of what I think a good parent is some of the people, not the people that waited till they were 40 necessarily to get all the experience. Those people are just paranoid and they ruin the kid. Um, some of the best parents that I've seen are, not teenage parents either, but someone who did it, but before they were necessarily planning on it, or earlier in their life, and they might have messed up the first kid, but kids 2, 3, and 4 weren't that bad, or they learned as they went. And that's the best teacher. I can sit here and read a million business books, a million this, a million that, it don't matter. The most I've learned about business is from running my company. That's just the way it is, right? And so um that's just life is the greatest teacher. And read as many parenting books, marriage books, business books, how to be a cop books. I mean, read as many of them as you want and you'll find great information, but the best teacher is doing it.
And exactly doing it. We can take information, like to your point, we can take information from other people. We can read books. And I highly recommend reading books. I mean, if we should always strive to be forever learners. And the
Yes.
best way to do that is through books.
Yes.
But I learned more actually doing it than anything I could have ever read about. I read the parenting books, and you know, I don't know, remember the titles now, but it was like when you're what to expect when you're expecting. I think that was one
Mhm.
of them, and all that stuff. And I was like, yeah, I think I'm prepared. And like I mentioned earlier, once my son came, I was like, what the heck? Like, this book is dumb. This kid's broken. why won't he stop crying? So it's funny because with my youngest son, I'm very animated at home, much like this is what you get. Whether I'm
Yeah.
in uniform or I'm at home, this is what you get. But I remember having dinner. All three boys were at home, and I think my oldest son was already out. Maybe my second son was already out, but we were eating. And I started chuckling. And of course, everyone looks at me and they're like, oh, what's dad going to come up with? And I just looked at the boys and I said, man, I said, you guys, I said, first of all, I can't tell you how much I love you. You know, I'm so proud of you. But then I looked at my youngest son and I said, you are the luckiest one at this table. And he was like, what? And they're waiting for the punchline. And I was just like, there's no punchline. I said, and I looked at my two older boys and I said, I made all of my mistakes with them. And you had this like perfect, near perfect, version of dad that those guys never got because they're like this isn't dad. Like we don't understand who this guy is.
Yeah.
But they all started laughing. But I'll tell you what, man, all three kids are out of the house now. And I think my middle son will probably be the first to make me a grandfather. And I'm so looking forward to that. But I think more now about what kind of grandfather I'm going to be to my grandkids. And it's funny because people make fun of it, right? You go to Instagram, go to watch comedians, and they talk about how awesome it is to be a grandparent. And then all you do is give the kid back, right? And then the parents are like, you were never like that with me. And it's like, no, because I had to learn to become who I am today. Yeah. And I think that's why grandparents are so important having grandkids' lives, just not when grandparents have to adopt grandkids or take them into their homes because of failed relationships and stuff like that. That's tragic. But no, I really look forward to being a grandpa.
Again, hopefully, well, that's going to be a long time since I ever, I'll let you know. I'll let you know in 30 years when I'm a grandpa. But that is a good thing too, is because I mean, like we've said, life is the greatest teacher. And honestly, my grandparents are some of the most influential people to me because I mean, they're old, right? I mean, like it's the same thing as being president. Like Ronald Reagan, which I have him on my painting, so obviously he's a
man, and I see where you're at too. Yeah. I saw you in his first meeting. I was like, okay, that's cool.
But Ronald Reagan said it best. He's like, I'm not going to make my opponent's inexperience a matter of this campaign, because he's like, well, Ronald, you're 80 or you're 70 or whatever. And he's like, I'm not going to let their inexperience be a matter of this campaign. And now I'm not saying, now I must preface, there is parameters to that. Now, like when you can't even get a sentence out and you just ramble on about nothing, that's not cool. But when you are, um, when you are the 45th president, soon to be 47th president, and you are 80, but you speak well, you can go talk to people for hours on end. You don't need a teleprompter. You don't need to get juiced up with everything. That's good. That's what we need. I would be skeptical for some 47-year-old to go run this country. I mean, dude, you haven't seen this country, really. Like if Donald Trump's been around for 80 years, so has Joe Biden, but Donald Trump's been around for 80 years, and he's seen everything. He's been through tough times. He's seen the growth of this country. 47 years is just not long enough to be able to analyze the situation as far as where this country goes, where it's going to go, etc. Now, I don't think that's really a talking point of this campaign because Kamala's old as well. But like, for instance, like Vivek, I really like him. I think he's a great speaker. I think he has a lot of good points. But the only thing is I'm skeptical. He's 40 something, and that's just not experienced enough for me to. It's the same thing. Like, yeah, I'll learn from a 20-year-old fighter, but I want to learn from a 40-something-year-old retired UFC fighter who's been there, done that, knows has that experience. So that's just that's why grandparents, as you said, are the greatest, because they've been around for longer. They've seen things, like my great great grandma was around during World War II and everything like that. So it's like her opinion, although it may not be completely up to date, but she can tell me about things that I don't know about. And she has that experience, which makes her opinion more valuable to me than someone who hasn't been around for that long. Myself
Yeah.
included, by the way. I'm included in that.
Well, I mean, for you as an example, you're inquisitive, and you do read books, and you do have conversations with people, and you have conversations with people who are much older than you. I have mentors who are in their 80s, right? And it's
Mhm.
not because I'm looking to them to tell me how to do something today. What I'm looking for is how they address hardship. And really the time frame doesn't matter. It's just how were they as leaders dealing with hardship to pull through, and not just themselves, but their entire team.
Yeah.
And one happened to have a team of a couple hundred employees in the private sector, have very successful business owner. And that's the kind of stuff that I'm looking for, because if you think about the adage, and not going to do it justice, but if you don't pay attention to the past, we're doomed to do the same actions in the future, or something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, which, man, I butchered that, but you get my point.
Yeah.
We're not learning from those who've already lived or have lived experience. Then what are we doing? We're making the same mistakes in today's version as they were when they were our age in that version,
Yeah.
right? And it doesn't get us anywhere. But if we can use them as counselors or mentors, and listen, two ears, one mouth for a reason,
Yeah.
and take in what they have to say and then apply it to our circumstance today, I think we would be 100 times better than
Yeah.
where we're currently at.
Yeah. Well, without a doubt. I mean, you look at a lot of what it's funny. And I didn't really want to get political, but I'm willing to go there. You go and like I said, I'm a junkie. I love watching people debate. I love watching people speak. That's my favorite thing on earth. I like watching people present themselves and speak. Right, left, center, I don't care. Uh, but I also read a ton of books. And history was my favorite subject. Early onset Republican. That's what Shane Gillis said, which is hilarious. But you go and you a great leader is able to analyze the past to prevent it happening in the future, or else it's just going to continue to repeat itself. And I read this book, and I heard this guy on Joe Rogan, and then read his book, but he said there's a few common denominators of a civilization falling. That's happened to every civilization going forward. For one, corruptness. Uh, and they start. If you think of Rome, they killed Julius Caesar. So they start there. So you start an attempt to kill someone, a political opponent. That's one. They get obsessed with gender, and they start making that a talking point. That happened in ancient China, and that happened also in the fall of Rome. They get obsessed with gender and sexuality and all this other stuff. Uh, and then the third is they get too comfortable. Rome expanded far past their capabilities. They could not govern it correctly, uh, and obviously then it fell. England expanded far past their capabilities. They tried to essentially, the United States, if you understand what that means, that we were governed across the sea. It's not like you can go take a plane and be like, "Oh, I'll see you in a couple hours, guys." No, it's like a 2-month voyage to get here, so it's hard to govern, right? Which is how we declared our independence. They expanded too far. The only civilization that did not fall because of those things, or that fell because did not or fell because of those fell not because of those things, is the Mongols, and they fell because but they did a lot of things right. They didn't get too big. They're nomadic. They just traveled around and just destroyed people, but they did not stay in one spot. They're world dominators, but they did not stay in one spot. And they also the one thing they did not do is they didn't succession plan deep enough. Genghis Khan, Kublai Khan, and then what? So they didn't succession plan, which that's a spot where uh you look at that, and I like it. I like this because you look at how to run an empire, how to run a thing. You run it just like a business. That's why Trump did so good under his first campaign. He ran it like a business. He's not trying to, make donors happy. He's not trying to make this and that guy happy. He says, take my salary. I'm doing this for the people, and I'm going to run it like a business. That's why he's able to strike tariff deals with people. The John Deere threat tariff simply was negotiation. Now I have Trump's book upstairs, Art of the Deal, and he talks about that. You say something outrageous, and then you work your way down. You go to a car salesman, and they're not gonna tell you it. A good car salesman is going to say, let's say a $50,000 car. They're going to try to get it for 55 to 60,000. They're going to set it there, knowing they're going to work their way down to 50,000. That's just how a sale works, right? And so that's the same thing. It's moral story. Business is the root of everything, and the people that did the most success ran their situations like a business. And but the three things to finish it all up, the three things that every situation, every empire fell because of, we're seeing now. And it is frustrating that people can't understand this. But that is why you have to learn from the past to prevent the future. Now, if you sit at the top of Capitol Hill and you say, which is something, I'm naive, this might be completely wrong, but if I were to ever become president, which, I I would be interested, at some point, maybe. But if I were to ever become president, I would study every great nation before me. Why did they fall? What can I, three takeaways, right? Like I always tell people that ask me about business, three takeaways from everything, good and bad. Six takeaways, but three good, bad, three bad. What can I take away? They did this, and this good, and they did this, and this bad, and we're never going to do that again. That's what I always tell people, and that's what I would do to run this country or run any business. If I were to become sheriff, governor, and CEO of another company, that's what I do, is analyze people. And if the best form of learning is learning from other people. And that's why I get pissed off at my parents. I'm like, listen, why couldn't I be the youngest? If I was the youngest, it would be over for everybody because I would have, older siblings to learn from. You know, I had to pave the way for my siblings,
Right.
But yeah, that's just my 2 cents on it.
That's funny. But you're right. We have to continue to learn. We have to read. We have to learn from other people. I think our biggest problem right now is everyone is very emotional. And when we get emotional,
Yes.
we're not using executive function.
Yes.
We're unable to critically think. We make decisions based off of hatred versus
Mhm.
hatred for someone or something
Yes.
versus thinking about what is actually happening. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I just wish people would just calm down, simmer down, and
Simmer down.
think about what's going on. Read.
Yeah.
I spent a little bit of time in Jeff City, the capital of Missouri,
Hmm.
and I I have to talk with people about certain bills that are introduced by legislators and why it needs to be changed or modified. And
Hmm.
I'll explain why. And sometimes they'll go, "Oh, I never thought of that." And they go, "I'm going to make that change." Easy. But then you get someone every once in a while, they're just pissed off at another group and nope, that's going to stay in there because they effed me one time and I'm getting them back. Well, how does that help us? That's we shouldn't be operating like that.
Yeah.
Check at the door, check the ego at the door,
Hmm.
and try to be. I don't mean to go into ethics or anything like that, but try to do the best you can for the greatest of the people that you can impact.
Exactly.
Right. So
Absolutely. Um, for sure. And I couldn't agree more. And that is why I love and look, I understand. And honestly, I hate my generation, straight up. I'll say it. Like and I see it every day. You know, I'm with these people. It's funny because when COVID hit, I was probably the happiest guy alive. Why? Because I didn't have to be surrounded by idiots. Um, I didn't go back to school, or I didn't go back in person school. Haven't been back, and I'm so glad. But when I am surrounded by these people, it's hard for me to. Um, it's hard. It's very hard because these, for one, I'm not going to get into it.
Look,
But
I'll say this real quick, and I don't mean to interrupt, but
no, you're good.
that's the reason. What you're saying right now is the reason why I'm optimistic about our future, is because you are not alone. Like, I've talked to a lot of people your age, to include my 19-year-old, and I hear similarities, and I'm like, okay, I know you're the ones who are going to be successful in your life. Wherever life takes you, you're going to be successful, and you're going to be making those significant decisions and being in roles that you're like impacting a lot of people. The other ones who you're pissed off at, what are they going to do? Like,
Yeah,
I'm not going to downgrade anybody by saying, specifics, but I'll say that I don't foresee them being as significant in our society as those of you in your generation thinking the way you are.
yeah,
And, speaking of generations, you're a post millennial, right? The alpha generation, who's 14 years old right now, they're really seeing it. So it's your younger siblings, right?
hmm,
They're the ones who are watching you, and then they're applying what they learned from you to what they are actually seeing. And they're going, man, something doesn't look right. So that's why I'm optimistic. I can't wait
yeah.
to see what you guys are able to accomplish.
Yeah. Well, here's the deal is I see a lot of these people, especially being in mixed martial arts. I am so thankful that God told me to start fighting because and I've never been a soft kid. I mean, never. Soft isn't in my DNA. But like just seeing these people, I mean I remember uh I played football my whole life. Even went to college for it. And so I, and obviously I don't play anymore, but because it's not what I love. But anyway, not neither here nor there. I played football my whole life. Look, I would see people, and I loved football because I was the quarterback and I got to lead everybody, and that's where I feel comfortable. Not necessarily shut up and listen to what I'm telling you to do, but like let me explain why. Like I'm the kind of kid I had Sunday morning film with people, just me and the team, just me and the linemen, just me and the offense. That's the kind of guy I am. Now where I get frustrated is where I help people. So I'm a very kind person. I love helping people. But when you don't listen to me, you ask me for help and don't listen to me, that's where I get pissed off. But anyway, but I'm seeing people and they're just quitting on themselves and this and that. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like we're quitting? You're not quitting on just yourself, you're quitting on me, you're quitting on everyone, right? And so that's why I mean Kobe Bryant, Tom Brady, both on the painting. I have both of their books. Both of them are great athletes, and they display leadership, and they're on the painting as well. Um, and but I'm just seeing people quit on themselves. Oh, I got hit a little too hard. My ego's hurt. That means I'm injured. No, you're not injured. Get up and keep playing. And fighting too, though. You see like people coming in, and they can't take it. They can't take doing hard things. And that's why people get fat and lazy and they can't accomplish anything because they can't see it through. They can't set their mind to something and do it. And I'm sure that's why no one wants to go to the military because it's hard. No one wants to, do these hard things. Now, I understand I'm going to pay the price when I'm 60 for fighting. There's a price to be paid for that, as there's a price to be paid for anything. But the morals that it has instilled in me and the morals that's going to get passed down through a generation and generations to come, hopefully it's worth it. And that's and I see these people come in and they have their trial class and they think, oh, I'm going to be a UFC fighter because that's cool these days. And well, and then they get strangled and kicked in the face, punched in the face, and they just can't take it anymore. They didn't think it. They see, you know, Sugar Sean O'Malley and Conor McGregor, and they see all these guys, and they're like, I want to do that. They don't understand what it takes to get there. It's a lot of broken bones and scars and everything like that, and it pisses me off. But at the same time, like, um, from what you just told me, maybe I should just lighten up and just pray that, you know, there are people out like me out there.
I was gonna say I can definitely relate to that frustration, especially when I was younger. But now, I mean, shoot, I have 225 employees,
Hmm.
and not not one employee is the same as any other employee. It's
Yeah.
just everything is different about every single one of them. But I love every single one of them like family, and that's kind of the my philosophy when it comes to the position of sheriff and the
Yeah.
responsibility, because it means a lot to me. That's
Hmm.
that's a huge responsibility. But I will tell you, working with younger generation, there's a whole lot of things that some people just have to learn. And I will go so far as to say that Generation X, those were the helicopter parents that created millennials.
Hmm.
Millennials are the lawnmower parents that have created the post millennials and even the alpha generation, but we'll just leave them aside for now. But the problem with lawnmower parents is a lot of parents mowed everything down in front of their kids' way.
Hmm.
And so whenever it came to adversity, well, there was no adversity. Mom and dad mowed everything down.
Hmm.
Well, what we've seen is a correlation between the lack of resilience and suicide rates with teenagers and young adults.
Yeah.
And a lot of that has to do with what we have done as parental units through the generations. I think that's changing now. That's why, with your generation, post millennials, the ones that are going to make it, they're going to make it well. And that's why I'm optimistic. But at the same time, we can't just give up on the people who we feel are just like really makes us want to just bang our head on the wall, right? We have to have a little bit of grace.
Hmm.
And they may quit right now, but at some point they're going to find their legs underneath them. They're going to find stability, and they're going to need people to help guide them. That's where
Yeah.
you come. That's where I come in,
Yeah.
or people like you and my son, because you're the ones who. I'm an old guy now. Like, jokingly, people call me a boomer. Like, I'm so far away from being a boomer, but I'm the old guy now. So when you start talking about peer groups, no, man, your generation, they're going to be looking up to people like you because
Yeah.
you'll have more life experience than them. And when they finally get their legs underneath them, they're like, holy crap, where do I go now? And they're going to be
Hmm.
seeking out their generation, their peer group, not
Yeah.
the old ones.
Yeah.
So
Um, yeah. And that's arguably foolish because I look, I would rather my mom taught me at a very young age. So she's a nurse and she worked at a uh old people's home, very nice, called Coronado Heights in Las Vegas. And that was my hangout. I would go play poker with these guys. I'd go like listen to them, but they taught me so much because they have so much knowledge. And it's like, yeah, you think of old people, they're boring and they suck. That's not my perception of them, but that's just kind of how people perceive them. And but I've learned so much from old people. You know, I'd rather listen to old people than young people just because they got so much more to offer. You know, they don't care about TikTok and Instagram and all this other stuff. They're telling me about, you know, cool things like at the time World War II, Vietnam, you know, like stuff that I actually want to hear about, you know, stuff that's going to enhance my life. But uh I hope that actually Dana White once said it's so easy to rise to the top now because everyone's so soft. So it's like it's a blessing and a curse, right? Like I love capitalism and I love competition and I love everything like that to where, you know, competition is what makes people great. But at the same time, you know, who's going to turn down an easy road, I guess. That's kind of that's what Dana White was talking about. Is like it's so easy if you have 1% killer instinct in you, you're just going to go like this because no one else really has it. Yeah. And that, but you're also seeing it in like fighting too, is like these Americans when they go against someone from Brazil or from Russia, who like these third world countries where they got like they got to come and win this fight to feed their family. There's nothing, there's no other way about it. You know, they're fighting all this other stuff, and then you got people, in America that aren't hungry. They think they got it bad and all this other stuff, but in reality, like go to Brazil and deal with that, or go to Mexico and deal with that, or Russia and deal with that, or in the Middle East. I mean, geez, man, that is just a nightmare compared to this.
Dude, America, I love my country. I serve my country and I'll continue to serve my country in the capacity that I'm in.
Hmm.
But I will tell you, I spent 3 years in Afghanistan, and I really have come to the conclusion that America is full of first world problems. To your point, people in other country, like they're fighting to live. Like that is
Yeah.
survival. Survival in the United States, I mean, by and large, we're doing okay. I mean, I'm not saying that people don't struggle,
Right.
but the struggle here is not like the struggles that that people experience in other countries.
Right.
And it's unfortunate that a lot of people don't get that experience to know what it's like in those countries.
Yeah.
Now, not everyone can get deployed. Not everyone can go to another country and work in any
Right.
capacity like that. But that's where reading stories about people who've written books that describe those circumstances, or listening to the stories of these fighters who are coming over and just hearing their hardships, like, man, these are life and death hardships, not, man, I got to pay $100-$200 for a gym membership to go and get my ass kicked every day, and like that's not
Yeah.
a problem.
No, it's not.
You work a couple more hours at work for, maybe get some overtime, and you'll be able to afford your gym membership. Maybe
Exactly.
stop going to Starbucks every
Yeah.
day, something
Yeah.
like that.
No, seriously.
Life stories. So it's interesting. Like, I wish people would pay more attention to those, like in this case, the fighters who come from other countries.
Yeah.
But then in our case, old people don't get a fair shake. The older generations, the ones that served in the military during World War II,
Yeah.
Vietnam, because they may look frail and old, but then you look and read their dossier, and they were straight up badass killers. Like,
Yeah.
oh, but now they're like, maybe perhaps they're on a walker or using a cane, and you're just like, who's that guy? Or,
Right.
come on, man, everyone's got a story. We just need to read it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and this is what I tell everyone who tells me that well, again, Americans struggle, but this is what I tell everyone, and I'm sure you can guess. An old person told me this. Is notice how America is the fattest place in the world. You don't get fat by struggling. Put it that way. You got to become. That's why kings get fat, is because that's just the moral of the story. You don't get to have the most obese country in the world and say you're struggling, because if you're struggling, you don't get fat. That's just that's just basic.
You
Um,
know, Oh, I was going to say, and then you add on the fact that our government, to include the FDA, allows us to consume chemical-ridden food products, and you go to other countries and they're all banned, and it's just like, man, I can't help but wonder: does our government hate us?
yeah,
When it
it's one.
comes to, I mean, that's the one responsibility that the government does have,
Yeah.
is looking after the people,
Hmm.
and when they're allowed industry to influence them into making the decisions that they make in Capitol Hill, bills, and lining their pockets, going back to that corruption that you mentioned earlier, just to do what? Make us fat, unhealthy. They're controlling us.
Hmm.
We got to fight it.
Yeah, I agree. Um, I don't think Nancy Pelosi should be the greatest investor on earth. I just don't think that's okay. Um, Now, granted, there's the app now where you can like follow her investments, buy and sell. So I, you know that's that's good. So we're in police, and kind of getting back on topic here. We're in the police force in Phoenix here. Um, it is a rough it's a rough question. But I feel like now is a good time. What is the worst thing that you have seen and been a part of while being a cop?
And gosh, there's this is that one question. It's like, I think of all these bad things that I've had to respond to,
Mhm.
and and it's like now I'm reliving that trauma, and I get to the point where I'm like, man, do I really want to talk about this kind of stuff? Because for some people it's, and I'm not saying in this case, and I'll tell you what bothers me the most. But I just want to say that when I talk about the stories and things that I've done in my life as a law enforcement professional, when you talk about it, it may very well cause vicarious trauma to those who are listening because they have no context, right? But I will say, crimes against adults doesn't bother me. I've seen death, homicides, in the worst ways. But I will tell you that when it comes to kids who have been victimized, whether sexually or murdered or any across the spectrum, that is the worst for me, because those kids, they will never recover from that. At some
Yeah.
point in their life, they're going to have to deal with that trauma.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, a lot of parents don't have the resources to get those kids therapy after the fact. And, let's face it, the government doesn't have the resources to help, families in that situation.
Right.
So I will say that any kind of crime that involves a child as a victim,
Mhm.
that is the worst thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. That seems to be, well, for me as well, but, uh, if I think about what bothers me in this world the most, it's kids. I mean, it's I like I said, I'm not a very soft person. I don't get offended. I don't get upset. Not a lot bothers me, but when I hear stories about kids, when I think that, it's just like it really does. Um, it bothers me. It will keep me up at night. Granted, I haven't seen any of this firsthand like you, perhaps, uh, but just thinking about that, there's kids doing going through this kinds of stuff. It does bother me. So that kind of goes into my next question. Is PTSD is a real thing? It's kind of a taboo thing, and to some people. Um, you're a sheriff now. How do you deal with that? As a leader, you got someone going through. They just saw something terrible. Adult or not. How do you approach that as a leader?
Well, I will tell you, first step is admitting that everything that I've experienced in my life has set me on a course that is riddled with PTSD.
Hmm.
And I will tell you, I've been in therapy for the last 6 years, and my therapist has helped me through a lot. And I can actually categorize my life into four pillars: childhood, military, law enforcement, and Afghanistan. And experienced trauma in every single one of those categories.
Hmm.
So I'm not an exception. No law enforcement leader is. Like, I'm sorry, you're not going to tell me that a chief of police or a sheriff is immune to the effects of trauma throughout an entire career, let alone the rest of your life. So we have to acknowledge, one, that we are just as susceptible to PTSD, and do something about it. You worded it in a way that I was just like, man, you're absolutely right. It is tragic. We have to remove the stigma, because what happens is we don't allow people to feel comfortable enough to talk about what's going on. We
Hmm.
don't allow them to go to therapy. We don't give them time to go to therapy. And then next thing the worst of the worst happens. They go home and they eat their gun,
Hmm.
right? Or they're in a car at a park and they self-inflict, a gunshot wound. Oh my gosh, we lose more police officers by suicide than we do in the line of duty.
Yeah.
Almost, I think the numbers are almost double. So number one is we have to acknowledge that, right? And we have to lead by example. And that's what I do. I don't keep my journey a secret to any of my employees.
Mhm.
But they also see, not only am I going through my own journey, I'm also implementing strategies within our own organization to make it easier to allow stigma to be thrown out the window,
Yeah.
but then to say, hey, I need help.
Mhm.
And so there's 4 areas that we have really done a good job. And that's one, it's spiritual health and well-being. We have a chaplain program. And it's not chaplains for the jail, it's chaplains for the employees who are available. We
Mhm.
have financial health and well-being. The county actually pays for the Smart Dollar program through Dave Ramsey. And so,
Awesome.
right, so that, those are the finance part. That's a huge issue when you're doing this job and you can't even pay your bills to keep the lights on
Yeah.
because we're so underpaid and overworked.
Yeah.
So those are 2 areas that we cover. We also cover physical health and well-being.
Yeah.
About 3 months ago, I hired a fitness coach. He's a retired cop from KCPD and with 26 years on, but he saw a gap that needed to be addressed. And that was officers, yeah, they're physically fit when they go through the academy. And then they start going through these different shifts, night shift, and they start eating all this junk food. And then by the time they're 20 years in or retire at 25 years, only to have a heart attack 6 months later and die, he was like, something needs to be done. So he went into physical fitness training, and he's also a nutrition coach. Well, I hired him 3 months ago as a full-time employee here. And man, I just, on LinkedIn, I think they just posted that one of our employees lost 40 pounds since working with,
Wow.
and that's just one of our employees. So he has had such an impact on our entire organization. And he walks around in gym clothes all day long. And he holds conversations, and he's culturally competent. So when he walks around and says, hey, I haven't seen you in the gym in the last 3 weeks. What's going on? How you doing? And they're like, oh, damn, there's a little bit of shame. And it gets them back in the gym.
Yeah.
So that's the third area. And the fourth area is mental health and wellness.
Mhm.
And so I encourage our employees to go to therapy. And we actually have a partnership with a clinical group where they accept our insurance, but they are culturally competent and understanding what it's like for law enforcement,
Yeah.
let alone first responders, but for us specifically law enforcement.
Yeah.
But they've also made themselves available to our employees' families.
Mm.
So it's not just addressing me. If my wife wants to come with me, she's more than welcome to come.
Yeah.
And with that, we also add on, we have one of the biggest, I think, if not the biggest peer support group in the entire state of Missouri in law enforcement.
Yeah.
So almost, I don't know what the number, I think it was like 92% of our employees, all of our employees are CIT trained, crisis intervention trained, team trained.
Awesome.
I used to actually be the law enforcement chair of our council here in Platte County, Clay County, and Ray County.
Mhm.
I served on that board for 3 years. But we do that. But then we also recently implemented a sabbatical program where every 5 years you become eligible to basically take three weeks off on us. Just get away from here. Now, there are stipulations with that. I'm not going to take your badge and I'm not going to take your gun, but I'm going to take your radio. I'm going to take your email. I'm going to take your credentials, your key card, right? So they can't come to work and hang out. Like, I want you to be completely separated with this. But when we implemented this program, we also partnered up with a clinician. And so she is doing pre and post interviews of our employees who go on the sabbatical. And once they go on once they have their post interview, then they are eligible to take 2 additional weeks off if they want to take vacation. So our employees now are taking advantage of being away from this job for 5 weeks. And when you come back, you have to have an interview with me. So I asked the question, how do you feel? What changed? What was the experience like? And I'll tell you, man, one of my employees said, I thought I was good until I went home and realized that my kids came to me for nothing. They always went to mom. And he was like, but I'm literally sitting there not doing anything. And he actually became vocal about that with his kids and his wife. And the kids just basically said, Dad, we're sorry. We're not used to you being home. And he said, when I heard them say that, he said, it was like my body just crumbled. He was like, I can't believe it.
Yeah.
I'm here. I go to the games. I do this. He said, but I wasn't really there. And so, we had that conversation and it really changed his outlook on self care. So, mental health and well being, I tell people, look, if you're not the best version of yourself, then you are not going to be the best version of yourself at work or at home or anywhere else in your life. So, you have to take care of you. When we don't take care of ourselves, that's when it all starts falling apart.
Absolutely.
So yeah,
Um,
those are the 4 areas that do. So one, I lead by example. I don't make my journey a secret. I encourage my employees to go to like Warriors Ascent, or I'm a graduate alumni of the Battle Within, which is in Platte County, and I support them 100%. But I'm slowly finding out that my employees are going through too, and I'm like, heck yeah, man! I will pay you to go through that. And the reason why I take this stance on mental health and wellness and those other 3 areas is because these are my employees now. Recruiting and retention is a completely different animal. Like that's difficult in itself. But I want to make sure that I'm doing what I can to retain the employees that I have because we've already invested so much in them to this point. I
yeah,
don't want to lose them. I certainly don't want to lose them to suicide. So
absolutely.
we do a lot here.
That's good to hear. Because like I said, that's a big thing for people is mental health, and especially within men. Now I think there's a doctor that went on Joe Rogan, and I ended up reading her book, but she said also the more that you you sit there and think about these things without finding solutions. Like if you sit there and think about it over and over and over again in your head, something big, something small, it doesn't matter. Over and over again, it's going to progressively eat you. Like it's going to kill you. Now,
Yeah.
if you go talk to a therapist or someone that you trust and they're offering solutions and listening, then you can slowly put that to bed. But when you sit there and you can't talk to anybody and you think about it and vocalize it to yourself or even to your wife even or husband, but they're it's like, well, they're just coming from a spot of empathy. They can't really, they're not getting, just feel bad for you, and while the therapist probably feels bad for you as well, it's just like they don't know what to do. They can't guide you further past that. So I'm sorry that happened to you, right? um and so that's also a thing as well, is like you gotta understand it, deal with it, but you also gotta come to closure with it at some point as well. And there was a guy named Shrek. He was in Delta. He was on Sean Ryan, and he said he was in Delta Force, so he obviously uh, has done some work. And but he said like anytime one of his people would carry out a mission and have to execute people, they would say like, don't go just get drunk and drink alcohol, and like it's like, dude, you did your job, your country's thankful for you, like you did your job, you're here to do that. And there was a number that came out, and his unit when he was running it, uh least PTSD out of it is because dealt with it right then and there. Thank you. You did your job. We are thankful for you, and went on with it. They didn't let him, they didn't think it was a thing that goes unnoticed. And then, they go get drunk, and then it's just like a downward spiral. So
Yeah.
it is relieving to hear that.
Yeah, we don't allow ourselves to have closure. And so, I'm glad you brought up alcohol. I mean, that's like the number one easiest thing for us to go to. And all we're doing is suppressing the issues that
Yes.
we need to really address. And clinicians, they're trained. I love my wife, and I've got a really good communication platform with her, but I don't tell her everything. Why? Because I know, one, she's not, I'll just say, for the lack of a better way of describing it, she doesn't have the bandwidth to understand the things that I did in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
She doesn't have the bandwidth to understand like the things that I've experienced in law enforcement and really even in my childhood.
Hmm.
So we go to couples therapy, and with our, well, so I started seeing my therapist first, and then my wife started seeing the positive changes that were happening in my life, and she goes, well, I want some of that. I was like, well, here's my therapist, right? So she started going seeing her, and then our therapist was like, how about we see each other as a couple? And I tell you, man, it's taken our relationship to the next level. It's awesome. But that's someone, it's almost like a mediator who understands, who's trained to talk things through. And it took me years to get to the point where I trusted my therapist to tell her things that I've never told anyone.
Yeah.
But now I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to share things with my therapist when my wife is there.
Mhm.
So that way she doesn't have to try to figure it out herself. She can hear it described professionally
Mhm.
by my therapist, a clinician who's trained.
Yeah.
And I tell you, it's life changing. And I
Yeah.
just, for guys, especially guys, but women are in the same boat. You know, they see the same stuff. But I just wish they would be more apt to just saying, you know what, there must be something to this. If Sheriff Will is going to therapy and he doesn't hide the fact that he's going to therapy, then why can't I?
Yeah.
You know, and that's why I say it's like this guy from Delta Force, right? His team leader, or him, he was the one telling his guys, "Hey, this is our job. You did your job well. You served our country. This was the mission.
Yeah.
Don't go and get drunk, because then you go home and you kick the dog and beat your wife, and next thing
Yeah.
you know, you're in jail, and it just ruins the rest of your future."
Exactly. Um, so we kind of there'll be more on that. But I do want to go into contract work. Um, you did that for 3 years, roughly 3 or 4 years. 3 years. What kind of contract work were you doing? What was the position like? And what were some key takeaways from that position?
Oh, those are great questions, man. So I was basically a police advisor, a police mentor, and my first contract, I worked with Afghan National Police, but primarily with chiefs of police for their districts.
Mhm.
And whatever chief that I was assigned to, I would go over there and I would help him, try to build his police department to be a police department that recognized democratic ways of policing, but still respecting their customs and their customs and their culture, right? Because Afghanistan is not like America, and I can't just go in there and say you need to be like this, and completely having the utmost disregard for their culture. So it
Mhm.
doesn't work. So it had to be compatible. That was an absolute waste of time. The Afghan National Police over there, the police chiefs, were nothing more than warlords wearing a different uniform depending on who occupied their country, right? And so that was a complete waste of time. Every time we showed up, they were just like, "What did you bring me? What did you bring me?" Well, I brought you knowledge. And they're like, "What?" No, I want a computer. And I remember the one time I was asked by a police chief, "Hey, did you bring me computers?" And I'm like, "Do you even know how to operate one?" Like, you're literally in the middle of nowhere. I mean, there's not even Wi-Fi. There's no internet connection out here, but you want a computer?
Yeah.
Well, what they would do is they would take the equipment, things that we brought. Now, when I say we, the military, because I was assigned as a contractor, I was assigned to military units, primarily Army, and I would ride out to these districts with them, and they're the ones who brought the stuff. Well, then when we would leave, we'd have to keep accountability of these items, because what they would do is they'd go over to Iran or Pakistan and they'd sell it, and they just keep the money. So
Wow.
it was, oh my gosh, complete waste of time. So an opportunity came up for me to leave that portion of my contract, and I went to work in a unit called the Family Response Unit. That was awesome. That was awesome because I was working with investigators working crimes against women and children, gender rights violations, and human rights violations. These investigators could speak English, they were educated, and they loved their country. Like, they had a passion for what they did. And so, man, that was amazing to work in that unit. But I will tell you that, no matter how much work they did, you get to the leadership, and that's where it stopped. Because I remember sitting in a conference room with several of our international partners, and I had a senator, an Afghan senator, I think that's what she was, basically tell me to shut up in front of everyone because I was explaining why it was wrong for a male police officer to rape his female counterpart a second time.
Wow.
Well, I found out later that her husband was the general in charge of that district. So it doesn't matter. It didn't matter what the investigators were doing. It wasn't going to make any difference. But the work they were doing made a massive impact because they were the ones building trust between the people in their district and police. Nobody could trust the police officers. I mean, shoot, I mentored them and I couldn't trust them. We always had blue on blue incidents. And, whenever I would go into a meeting with the police and there'd probably be a mullah and several other people, dude, I would always have my firearms with me. I don't know who these people are. Right. And, I had to go in there prepared. And a lot of the Army guys, we all went in there prepared. Fortunately, nothing ever happened inside like that during one of those meetings. But, there was stuff that had happened in other areas. Okay. So I got to the point where I was like, I like this, but I don't think I can continue to do it. Well, right as I was feeling that, an opportunity came up for another contract to be completely embedded with the military out in the middle of nowhere, working with the Afghan National Police. And basically me being an advisor to the Afghan National Police as well as the military. It was funny because I ended up being assigned to a military police unit. And these guys are cops. Well, no, they're not. They're military police. And a lot of them didn't even have TRADOC time, which was basically driving around a fort, right, a base, conducting law enforcement duties. No, they were combat military police officers. So you want to talk about TTPs and going out there and doing convoys, like those guys were spot on. So I would go out there and I would work with them. And I'll tell you, man, I can't talk about that time frame and the things that we got involved with. Not because it was like super secret squirrel stuff, but I did sign an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement. But I don't know how much my military guys reported up because we got into a lot of shit, man. And our mission never changed. So out of respect for the guys who were in charge during that time, I just say, hey, we got involved in a lot of stuff, and I have the utmost respect for our servicemen and women for the jobs Absolutely. That they do. Because man, most of those guys were kids. Like I was literally old enough to be the father of a lot of those guys.
Wow.
And, yeah. So man, it was pretty amazing. So after that, I came home. I needed to unwind. I ended up working at a research hospital in Ohio as the Nationwide Children's Hospital. And that was a cool job. It paid very well. But the problem is I saw more dead kids there than I had in my entire life. Mm-hmm. And the reason why I say it like that is because that hospital was amazing. Like kids go there because they have the worst of the worst ailments. It could be cancer to some type of cancer to something else, right? That hospital took really good care of those kids.
Yeah.
But most of those kids, they never left. And man, I was really hurting from that. And so my boss calls me up, and now I'm nearing the end of this contract story, mm-hmm. but he calls me up and he says, hey man, I need you to come back to Afghanistan. I was like, your life, man, I'm done. He goes, no, I really need you to come back. And I was like, doing what? He goes, I need you to come back on the security side. And I was like, do I have to work with Afghans? He's like, no. And I was like, oh, so he told me about the job. And it was basically being a personal transport lead. And so I oversaw all the transports and convoys that when we moved our people from point A to point B in Kabul. And there for a time, I was also in charge of our intel section and all the information that was coming in. But I told him, I was like, man, I'm going to have to go talk to my wife. I have to get permission because I'm not going to make this decision on my own. Well, no kidding, man. 3 days later, I come home from work and my wife just looks at me and goes, you need to go back. And I was like, I just worked a 10-hour shift. I was like, what did I forget to do? Take out the garbage? Are you mad at me? And she's like, no, 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 no. She goes, you need to go back to Afghanistan. And I was like, okay, did I piss you off? I was like, I thought I was done with Afghanistan. And she's like, she goes, no, babe. She goes, in the nicest way I can say this, I I really support what you're doing for our family. And she goes, and I couldn't be more proud of you. She said, but every time you come home with your background and experience, she goes, I see Paul Blart the mall cop. I was like, holy crap, man, you're taking some deep jabs. And so she says, no, that's the reason why you need to go back. You're clearly not done with contract work. And I said, well, I said, I'm glad you brought this up because it really opened the door to make this a lot easier. But Jason, my boss, we're still friends today, but he called me 3 days ago and he said, I need to go back. And she goes, go. And so that last contract was pretty freaking amazing. I got to protect a lot of people moving, from the airport to our base or our camp, and
Hmm.
do executive protection and protect people's lives. Yeah, I'll just say it like this: there are a lot of people out there who think they're very important and they deserve executive protection. But
Yeah.
I'm here to tell you, like, I'm very selective on who I protect anymore because my life is worth a lot more than some jerk offs who think that they're VIPs. So I'll just leave it at
Yeah.
that. I finished up that contract and I came home and really moved out here to Clay County, Missouri, because of the former sheriff. Him and I worked in the family response unit together. And he said that when he got elected, he wanted me to come out to Missouri. And I'll say in all jokes aside, I was just like, effing Missouri. I was
Yeah.
like, no thanks. He talked me into it. He worked on me for about a year, and I moved out here. That was 12 years ago, and man, that was the best move personally and professionally I could have ever made.
Yeah. Well, I can say we're glad to have you. Um, wow. Um, and so you start off as a lieutenant and you work your way up. And it looks like what, 7 years roughly later, 7, 8 years later, you become sheriff. I did want to ask, how has your day to day changed from working your way up, the come up, as the youngsters say, compared to where you are now?
Gosh, are you talking about like my entire law enforcement career or just here at the sheriff's office?
Yeah, entire law enforcement.
Well, I tell you, man, when I graduated from the police academy, it was I'm going to go out there, I'm going to drive fast, I'm going to catch bad guys and put them in jail, right? I'm just going to go out there. The blue flame was streaking out my rear end. And, and I did that. But I also, the first 5 years of my law enforcement career, I worked in the worst part of Phoenix, Arizona. It was the west side. And so I saw a tremendous amount of bad stuff. And I started sliding down a very slippery hole. I went real deep, and it took me a while to get out of. And that's a part of my personal journey when it comes to mental health and well-being.
Hmm.
But no, man, being a cop, that's like you just go out there and you do your job. You try to be the best cop that you can be because you're impacting a lot of people's lives, victims' lives, but you're also impacting suspects' lives because like the people in my jail. As a side note, a lot of the people who are in my jail, man, they're good people who made bad decisions. And they're going to be held accountable for their decisions, but hopefully they return to society and be productive members.
Yeah.
There are people in my jail that I hope never leave incarceration because they're evil, right? They've committed some bad things. So as I've progressed in my career, when I came here as a lieutenant, my job wasn't being the best cop that I could be. I realized very quickly that my job was to be the best administrator that I could possibly be
Hmm.
to support the guys and the girls who were out in the field. And so what I did was I changed that mindset. Now I'll tell you, even right now, like there's weather rolling through our area, and I'm watching my phone to make sure that no tornadoes touch down, and I haven't seen anything yet. But if that happens, I'm gone. I'm out in the field, right? Like I still have that drive to go out there and do what the guys and girls are doing. But I need to remind myself that when I go out there, all I do is become now all I am is all I do is interfere. Not because I don't know what I'm doing. It's just all the bosses out there, and now they're all coming to me and they're like, Sheriff, what do you think about this? This is what we got. And I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. I was like, first of all, it's been a long time since I've done this. I was like, I'm just here for moral support. Can I get you a cup of coffee, some water, maybe? That's why I'm here. But really just to show them support. Like I have the utmost confidence in the jobs that they're doing. But I found that being an administrator, that it actually hurts the operation when I show up because I become an interference. So
Yeah.
now I just give them, I show them trust by not going out there, but I'm still paying attention. I still get notifications when things happen, and a deputy will come to me a couple days later and he'll be like, "Hey, I don't know if you've heard." And I was like, "Oh, no, no, I probably know more about this than you do."
Mm.
Because I've heard from all of it, right? From
Yeah.
from what everyone did. You just saw what you did. And so I still try to keep up to date on what's happening, but I'm a desk jockey now.
Mhm.
I'm not an operator anymore. But I can't let that hold me back, because if I'm not good at my job today, then my people suffer from that. And not just my employees, but our community suffers from that. And so, when I teach leadership and management, whether it's at the Command College or Northwestern University, or a presentation that I give I kind of do some work on the outside as a consultant. But whenever I give presentations on leadership, I say, if you, especially for law enforcement, let's just keep in the context of law enforcement. I say, as you climb the ladder, at some point you reach that pivotal moment in your career where you can't be an operator anymore.
Yeah.
You have to become the best administrator that you can be. And
Mhm.
let's face it, that's not fun. That's reading reports, that's writing reports and grants and being political. And I'll tell you, I'm a politician. I'm an elected official, but you can't tell me that any CEO of any law enforcement organization isn't political, because even chiefs of police have to be political within their own organizations, because they have to manage the city manager, their elected officials in the city council, but also the people who work for them. So, so that was a long answer to your question, but to summarize it, I was a cop back then. I was driving fast, fighting people, putting bad guys in jail. To today, where I'm literally sitting behind my computer to make sure that my budget looks good enough for the commissioners to approve. And that takes me working with the budget team for the county and making sure that I'm working with stakeholders, because it might mean that I'm asking for a little bit of money. You see, like, those dynamics and how they unfold. That's my day-to-day stuff today, and dealing with 225 different personalities.
So, uh, do you ever go out in the field anymore at all?
Um, Sometimes I do. And the reason for it is it's, I allow my people to do their job, but when elected officials start showing up, because let's just say, for example, a tornado, heaven forbid, a tornado comes through Clay County, anywhere in Clay County. Well, whatever municipality that tornado impacts, the elected officials are going to come out. Well, I don't want my people dealing with elected officials, so I will go out there and deal with them, handle them, not deal with them, because they own that scene. I'm just there to give them advice and support on what we can do as the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
But it makes it a lot easier for my people to manage the scene. So usually the only time I go out is when other elected officials are coming out, or it's going to be like something very controversial. That's when
Yeah.
I go out.
Yeah. So I got two questions that are quick answers that people want to know the answer to. One is, do your deputies and employees have quotas that they have to meet as far as tickets?
Heck yeah, man! If they get 25 a month, they get a toaster oven. No, no, man. Quotas are illegal. We cannot have quotas. And, I'm glad we don't have quotas. Look, now I will say, once upon a time, never in my lifetime, or at least in my personal experience, I've never had a quota forced on me. Now, there is competition with deputies who, whatever niche they find, like I hated pulling cars over. I hated pulling cars over. Traffic was not my thing. Now, if it was a car that just came from a drug house, I'm pulling you over, right? So there was a competition with guys who, like for me, would try to pull over as many cars as they could to get as much information on the drug house, not to write a freaking ticket or anything like that. Because here's the reality of writing tickets. Who are we writing them to? Members of our own community. And so, yes, we have traffic deputies in my office, and they go out there and they write a whole lot of tickets, but they also are very subjective. Like I give them the latitude to say, hey, I'm going to give you a warning for this. But if you're driving like an a-hole 30 miles over the speed limit in a freaking school zone, you're going to jail. Like there's no tolerance. I mean, there's not a whole lot of people, and I hope to God no one ever has to see another one, but we know it's going to happen. But no one has ever seen a kid get hit by a car. That's no one should ever have to experience that, but yet it happens.
Yeah.
And when somebody's driving 20, 30 miles over the speed limit in a school zone, you're going to go to jail. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or at the very least, you're going to get a super, super fat ticket.
Yeah.
But
Which,
no,
as you should.
quotas.
Yeah, well, these are. I'm not joking. These are the questions that people ask when I'm asking, because like obviously I have the questions and I have what I want to get out of this, right? And I have what I want to give. But at the same time, I'm also interested to see what the people want to know, and the people want to know if there's actually quotas.
Yeah.
The second,
So,
oh, you can go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, real quick. I'm glad you asked that question because I'm actually asked that question quite often, and I laugh about it because literally it's illegal for us to have quotas, but not everyone knows that, and I laugh jokingly, not at the question per se, but I laugh because I that just reminds me that I still have work to do in educating our community, and a part of that is by making myself so accessible that I sacrifice sleep time because I've got 20 direct messages on Facebook Messenger or Instagram or LinkedIn, and I try to get you reached out to me out of the blue, and I was just like, whoa, are you kidding me? Heck yeah.
Yeah.
And so I still feel like I still have a job to do to educate, and thanks for asking that question. I laughed at it, but maybe I should have taken it a little more serious in the beginning. But no, we don't have quotas.
Well, I mean, and I've always been skeptical of that. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. But again, that's what the people want to know. The second question that people want to know is, are you a warning or a ticket kind of guy? Like, if you pull someone over, are you likely to give them a warning or a ticket?
Me personally,
Yeah.
oh, warning. I'm a warning guy through and through. Look, so I learned early on in my law enforcement career that there's this kind of like the letter of the law versus the spirit of the law.
Yeah.
And the letter of the law, man, it gives me a tremendous amount of authority. But when you mature in law enforcement, it's very much what were the legislators, the lawmakers, what were they trying to achieve by creating that law? And let's use the school zones, right? When kids are going to school, speed limits drop down to 15 miles per hour. Well, that was a law that had to be created. From what? Well, it's because kids were getting hit by cars and dying, right? So legislators felt like it was necessary to create a law that allowed schools within the cities to have these time zones.
Mm-hmm.
So there's the letter of the law gives me a tremendous amount of authority, but I also know, from my childhood being on one side of the spectrum to the blessings that I have today.
Yeah.
That I can understand the entire spectrum of challenges that life can present to you. So I'm not the guy. That's why I said I don't like pulling people over to write tickets like a speeding ticket for 6 miles an hour over the speed limit.
Mhm.
Um, so I'll give you a warning. It might come with an ass chewing, and I hope it's okay for me to say that like
No,
that.
you're
But
good. Yeah.
I mean, and really, it's not even going to be a 6 mile per hour. It might be a 13 mile per hour, um, warning instead of a ticket. But just for the people who get pulled over, look. And I used to tell this to my students when I was teaching at the university in Kansas. The best way to get out of a ticket is to not be an asshole. Like, there's a reason why you got pulled over, you know, and that's a part of the problem that we have today in our society is we're not holding ourselves accountable for our decisions, and
Mhm.
then we want to blame others for the circumstance that we end up in. Right, and in this situation, with the red and blue lights in the rearview mirror, and you getting I don't want to say that on this show, but you're getting a lot of tickets. We have a little saying that, if you're going to get a lot of tickets, it's called, we'll just say the nice version, you're getting pencil whipped. But, no, me personally, I'm a warning guy.
Yeah.
I believe in second chances. And, I think that I can achieve more by building a rapport with someone, by having a conversation with them,
Mhm.
than for me to just write them 5 tickets, and then now they have to struggle in court and paying all these fees and fines and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Because if I can say, hey, look, everyone makes mistakes, but please don't do this again. Now, going back to the school zone, you're driving 20 miles over the speed limit in a school zone, you're probably going to jail.
Yeah.
And that
So
goes back to kids being victimized. Like, the
yeah.
penalty for failure is unacceptable.
Which, yeah, as you should be, as far as I'm concerned. Um, so let's see here. In my life, I have found there's 11 to 13 things that successful business owners, CEOs, which I am, and leaders that um they have in common, right? They learn how to manage money. They learn how to be aggressively patient. They learn how to uh, uh, manage their energy and delegate it in places it needs to be. They learn how to read people. They learn how to recruit. Things like that, right? And I'm thinking, I'm like, aside from talking to the sheriff and gaining that knowledge, what are some key things that I can like really learn? Like what does a sheriff uh really specialize in? And so the these two or three questions are for me personally. Um and I tried to play this one, especially like is like I was talking to my mom about it, and I'm like, listen, like this question's a good question, but people can run with it. And like in today's media, one clip gets distributed of something out of context, and right. And so I've been debating on how to like ask this question for, not that I care, but it's just it could be not controversial, but the way it is said could be taken. So the question is, how do you read different people and situations and rate danger level? How do you and rate it as far as like approach? So like if you feel dangerous, obviously you might have your hands on the ready position in case you have to defend yourself. You might be a little more lackadaisical, or not lackadaisical, but slow rolling it, and playing it out slowly. So how do you read people? Like, what are some key tendencies you look for as far as reading people? As far as, are they good people, bad people, evil people, smart people? Things like that.
you know, um, Man, have you read Emotional Intelligence?
I haven't.
Check out Emotional Intelligence. And the reason why I bring that book up is because my perception is going to be different than your perception of what of the cues and things that we look for in people. And that
Yeah.
might be because I'm older and I've had more lived experience dealing with certain types of demographics and
Yeah.
you know, education and because you can have good people who've just been victimized. They're having the worst day of their life, and they have the tendencies of acting like somebody who's drunk and just you can't talk to them. There's no reasoning with them, but
Mhm.
they're going through shock, right? So
Yeah.
I think emotional intelligence is huge when it comes to reading an environment like that.
Yeah.
I think lived experience also comes into play, but that also comes with experience. When I walk up to someone, I'm reading them right off the bat. When I go into a group of people, I'm reading them right off the bat. And I
Mhm.
try to pick up on cues. I try to listen to what people say and how they say it with the tone they use. I'm looking at their hands, not because I'm worried about a gun or something like that. No, what I'm worried about is, or what I'm looking at is, are they clenching their fists? Are they tightening their jaws? Is their forehead scrunched up and their eyebrows drawn in? Stuff like that. If they're not like that, then either one, they're a psychopath or sociopath, or they're somebody who's probably an all right person.
Yeah.
And so that's how I go into it.
Mhm.
But I think by default, and I was actually having this conversation with my wife not too long ago, talking about trust. I'm the kind of person, and I don't know why. I don't know if it's life experience or what, but I think it's more of I trust people until they give me a reason to not trust them, and then you're dead to me. Like there's no gray area. Like once you violate that threshold of what I have allowed to exist,
Mhm.
then no, it's you're dead to me, figuratively speaking. Um, and it's game on, right? But if you don't do anything to violate my trust and you're cool as a clam, I mean, I'm going to have a conversation with you. But I think people are too eager when they have conversations. Going back to your two ears and one mouth, we listen most of the time. People will listen to respond. We don't listen to hear what is being said. And
Yeah.
so when we're listening to respond, it's almost like we're missing everything. We're missing all the other cues that they're giving us, only because we're trying to conjure up in our mind what we're going to say as a retort. And then really emotional intelligence comes in because it turns into an ego match. And look, I have nothing to prove. I know what I've done in my lifetime. If you're agitated, if you're elevated, man, I'm going to do the best thing. I'm going to do the best that I can to de-escalate you, and that might take time, and that's where patience comes in. So that's how I kind of approach it.
Awesome. Um, that yeah, I think looking at the biggest thing that I can take away from that is looking at social cues, how they approach how they're talking, but also, are they clenching their fists? Is their mouth closed? Do they have their angry face on? Things like that. Um, my next question is, how do you process issues? Well, big or small? Like what take me through, for instance, I'll put you in a circumstance and you can tell me how you process it. So, as you probably know, when you pull someone over, they are the best lawyer to ever live. Like they got this and that, they think they got this right and that right, and you know. And so, for instance, I saw this lady on Twitter, the Wild West, and this lady refused to give cops, would not roll down her window, and refused to give cops her identification. She was calling them racist. She was, every, I'm sure you've heard it all, and so every word in the playbook. And saying that she was targeted. She was speeding, 13 or 15 miles an hour over the speed limit. Um, Trying to think the other circumstances here. Oh, and her argument was that the cop that pulled her over was not could not determine whether it was her on the radar or the cops or the cars around her, which I don't think is a very like a good argument. But again, it's not my opinion. So that's kind of the circumstance. She's very alter. authoritative. She's argumentative, saying they don't have this and that, name calling, etc. How would you asking for a supervisor, which we'll get into that in a minute, asking for a supervisor, like how would you process an issue like that?
So, man, we see this often. We see it often. And I will tell you that, just kind of preface this, there are so many laws in the traffic book that we go by that we don't even know all of them, right? So it's inevitable that whenever we get into a car, we break a law. So we don't really have to try real hard to find people that break laws. So we're not just pulling everyone over. If we pull you over, it's because we got you. And in this scenario that you've given me, if radar is being used or LiDAR or whatever mechanism is being used, no, they got you, right? Because they know, they point it right at the car. And I'm not a laser guy, but they know which vehicle it is. But remember when I said earlier, the best way to get out of a ticket is
Being nice, which I agree.
Right? And so when you are argumentative like that, it already sets the tone. Now, what I do, and I've experienced situations like that. Now, in my experience, I've never had to go beyond de-escalating them, right? And that's where emotional intelligence comes in. You can say something and be so nice. I can say something and be very nice about it, and the person who's receiving that message will receive it appropriately. And then another officer or deputy could say the same exact thing, but say it so inappropriately that the receiver is just like, no, now I'm really not going to do that because of the tone, the message, the way it was sent.
Yeah.
I've always been able to de-escalate, but here's the problem. If she was doing 13 miles over the speed limit, the law says you will give me your identification. I have to identify you, because a lot of times people will use that as a ruse to cover the fact that they just committed a crime, or they're driving a stolen vehicle and it just hasn't been reported yet. There are so many factors that we have to ensure that we have clear conscience when we leave that traffic stop. So by her doing that, okay, let's just say, ma'am, I know this isn't going anywhere. You're demanding my supervisor. It's going to make you stay here a lot longer because I don't know where my supervisor's at and I don't know what he or she has going on. But I will do my best to get them here as quickly as possible. I call my supervisor to come out. And I say this is because this is what we do here at the Clay County Sheriff's Office. If somebody asks for a supervisor, man, no harm, no foul. Like, okay, that's our job. But in the meantime, as a deputy in this traffic scenario, I'm still talking with her while we're waiting for my supervisor. So now it doesn't matter what I do or say. Now I'm just trying to have small talk. But what I'm doing is I'm picking up on cues, right, to lead the conversation based off of what she said. So I'm not trying to get into a pissing match. I'm just saying, hey, or when I'm looking in the car, if I see a child seat or something like that, I'll just be like, oh, hey, I have 3 sons myself. They're grown men now. And I'll just start telling personal things about myself. Because when you start doing that, it brings people down. It de-escalates them. And then when the supervisor comes in, ma'am, what seems to be the problem? And the supervisor will handle it. But at the end of the day, you're going to give us your driver's license. We have to identify you. And if you keep pushing the issue, no, the sheriff isn't going to go out there to talk with you, because if the sheriff goes out there, your window's going to get broken. You're going to get dragged out of your car. We don't want that. But we also need to make sure that something else hasn't happened, because to add a scenario to this scenario, and this has happened, where people will act amped up like that because they just committed a crime at home and they're trying to get away. And so they're just acting like so agitated. Well, we're not new to this. Like, we know that people act a certain way to try to get out of something. And man, we've solved crimes because we pull people over and have to take action. But to wrap it up, listen, we are accountable for our own actions. Everyone. If you break the law, you have to be held accountable. So I hope that answers your question. I know that's kind of long, but
Yeah.
those scenarios are different. They play out differently in different parts of the country. The South is different from the North in the way they handle things, and the Midwest is different from the West, as it is different from the East Coast. And but the I think the goal is to try to mitigate how far that escalation goes. Look, just let me know who you are. Let me run you. Let me write you a ticket if that's what it's going to be. Because in that case, she's going to get a ticket.
Oh yeah.
Um, yeah, I mean, you weren't nice, so now you're going to get the ticket. You're not going to get a warning, and then move on for the rest of your day.
Yeah. Well, in that particular circumstance, if you're curious what happened, long story short, they broke the window, drug her out, then the supervisor showed up, and then she got like so many tickets, it's not even funny. I
Yeah,
mean, ticket for this, ticket for that, which I think is valid. Honestly, if it's the same thing in sparring, if or rolling, if you're gonna roll nice and easy with me, man, I'm gonna roll nice and easy with you. I'm not gonna be a douchebag. You try to turn it up on me, I'm gonna turn it up twice as hard on you, and I'm gonna make you hate your life for the entirety of this round. And that's the same thing in life. Same thing. So like I can't even. It's just the misinformation, and stupidity. Really, is what it boils down to. Um, I've gotten pulled over probably 5 times total. I've gotten 1 ticket, which I think is kinda BS, but it is what it is. But ev
gotten too, man. It's been
well
a I've been pulled over, but I have gotten tickets when I was younger.
I mean, the ticket in particular, that I'm referencing is so I pull off, in Bethany, Missouri, turn right, and go through, like, essentially, like, you're gonna go through Princeton, Missouri, onward. Anyway, but you pull off, you turn right, and it's 60 miles an hour. And then there's a curve in this place called Moriah or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's a curve and it goes from 60 to 45. I was going 65 in the dark, didn't see the sign, got popped. And I told him, like, listen, man, this is the circumstances. He probably thought I was bullshitting him. I understand. Wrote me a ticket, did do me a solid, didn't write me for 20 over, but uh yeah, I still kind of think like, man, but all the other ones, I, again, I was nice. This is the circumstance, and I got let off. So
If you get pulled over by somebody on a motorcycle or the highway patrol, you're getting a ticket. If you get pulled over by somebody in a car and it's not a traffic specific, police officer or deputy, you're probably going to get a warning. If you're nice, because most of us don't like pulling cars over. It takes a special kind of officer or deputy that likes pulling people over.
yeah. Well, I'm sure you know who Deputy Slope is.
No,
Fridays with Frank,
no.
in Pinal County. Well, there's a guy who they post the video like every Friday,
What's
and
his name?
Frank Slope. It's called Fridays with Frank on YouTube. It's very popular. I'm surprised you don't know.
Well, man, I get on, I get on social media when I can.
Yeah,
Uh, you know, I I am so busy. Like I don't even watch TV. So
I hear
usually I
you.
get my news from people who come to my office and say, "Hey, have you heard?" And I'm like, "Oh no." So I'm glad you brought him up. I'll have to check him out.
He's funny. He's honestly who I would be identically if I was a cop. But he's a traffic cop, and all he does is write tickets. But he has good one-liners, and he's funny.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. All right. So, um, this next one, uh, so a lot of controversy surrounds police. It really does. Unfortunately, again, I love cops. Most of the jujitsu people are cops, which I love personally. It's reassuring uh that uh there is that avenue for them. It only helps. But as a leader, you see a lot of controversial situations going around, unjustified shootings perhaps, or justified, but people think they're unjustified. There's plenty of those. There's plenty of unjustified, wrongful shootings as well. There's a mixture, there's everything, but there's a lot of controversy, and of course, it's a political topic. So of course, it's going to get more publicity than everything else, and also, cops are held to a higher standard, which again, the position of power, so that is valid. But as a leader, how do you handle controversial topic or a controversy surrounding the police department? A cop makes maybe a poor decision, or a decision that you can, not necessarily a poor decision, a decision that you can like see how he got to that point, but it's still wrong. Like, I understand tempers are flaring and whatnot. I get it, but it's not the right one, and now we're dealing with this. How do you handle that?
Yeah, the most important thing for a law enforcement leader to be is transparent as much as possible. We live in a culture that demands answers right now. Think about social media. Think about Chat GPT and Google and everything. Like, we have all this information at our fingertips when we want it. The problem is, we are so quick to judge law enforcement without the investigation before it's completed. And to your point, yeah, sometimes it looks awful. Like, it just looks awful,
Yeah.
but it's justified.
Hmm.
So, that's some of the things that we have to think about. But what I've learned is, one, you have to build trust with your community. If you look at these incidents that happen across the nation, they usually happen in areas that the community does not trust their police department. And there's long-term issues that have been unaddressed. So something is bound to happen in those communities. But the problem is, the law enforcement leadership today doesn't do enough to get in front of the public to build that trust. Man, I don't know how long you've been following me, but man, every time we have a community engagement event, like, I try to be out there. I try to make myself accessible. And what that has done over the last really 12 years is it has built enough trust that gives me the latitude that, I mean, shoot, even as sheriff, we've messed up. But there's enough trust there that I've been able to build that I say, hey, listen, I know this looks bad, but let me get to the bottom of this. And you will be the first to know what's going on. And then when the investigation is over, then what I do is I come out and say, hey, we messed up. Yeah, we messed up bad. And this is what we have done to mitigate the employee. Like, if it's shoot, we've actually had to submit criminal charges against our own law enforcement, not because they were found guilty, but it's because we just needed a third party, the prosecutor, to say, no, that was justified. We're not going to prosecute, because they know the laws better than we do. I mean, we right. know, but I mean, when you get to court, I mean, you have to know the laws. So that's why we work with our stakeholders, to include the prosecutor's office and our judges and stuff. But what I do is I come out, I say, hey, we messed up. This is what happened. This is what we're doing to prevent it from happening again in the future. And I just try to be as open as possible. Now, I can't, unlike some states in the United States, I can't release video footage. But I'll tell you right now, I wish I could. I wish I could. Because when things happen and we are not able to show the public what actually happened, and everyone wants to see video footage, but the problem, there are problems with video. Frame rates and technology and how fast you're recording. I mean, so things can be missed. But if I had the ability to actually show the world what happened at that moment in time, whether it's a knife in that person's hand, a gun in that person's hand, or the fact that the person, as they were trying to handcuff them, and this didn't happen here, this happened in Phoenix, they're trying to handcuff the suspect, and all of a sudden, the helicopter's flying over, and you see one the officers just start punching the suspect in the back of the head. Oh my gosh, that's police brutality. Well, when the investigation was done, we found out that the suspect, as they were putting his hands behind his back, grabbed that officer's groin, had a handful, and just started squeezing. What do you expect him to do? Please
Right.
stop? No, you're going to get some rounds to the back of the head. I mean, some fists to the back of the head. God, not rounds, but you know what I mean? So we're just so quick to judge because we aren't getting the information right now. But I go back to where those incidents occur, there's not a whole lot of trust in those communities. And I think that's where we as law enforcement can do a better job. But it doesn't, man, and I don't want to get on a soapbox here, but it doesn't help when we have elected officials that perpetuate that
Yeah.
issue, who
Oh yeah.
continue to push the agenda or the narrative for their own political aspirations, and all it does is make their city suffer from it. You know, so I'll get off that soapbox, but I being transparent, being open about what happened, and being uh, open about letting them know the truth when it's all said and done. But how can we get to that point without having to suffer from going through the court of public opinion?
Right.
Because let's face it, nothing in government happens fast.
Yeah.
And I can only get the information out as quickly as I can.
Yeah.
That's a hard one though. I think everyone, I mean, we've had controversial issues here. Um, oh my gosh, we've had a lot now that I think about it. But what I do is I also have a really good relationship with our media partners. I'm like, give me a call, ask me the question. I have a public relations manager, and she is accessible to them 24/7. And so when they have a question, they call her. I really don't get called much anymore, but they know that I'm one of the good ones to work with when it comes to call and ask a question. We will
Yeah.
let you know. But usually when they call her, she calls me or sends me a text message saying, "Hey, what do you know about this?" And I'm going, "Oh, I don't know anything about it. Let's find out." So I'll research it. She'll research it. We'll come back together and we'll say, "Oh, this is an issue," and then we'll be like, "Hey, let's get in front of this right now." Depending on the reporters, and yeah, I think it's safe enough to say this: if there are reporters out there that are jerks,
For
and
sure.
if it sounds like they're trying to put us in a trick bag, then when her and I can convene to figure out what actually happened, we will release it ourselves first and then give them the information. So now it's like we take the wind out of their sails and they can't continue with this narrative that makes us look bad. The
Yeah.
bottom line is this: anyone that has one of these or one of these, we feel the pressure no matter where it happens in the country. And that's unfortunate.
Yeah. For sure. Which kind of goes into the next one. How do you handle training to prevent these situations? Because now we have established that the best training is on the job training, but how do you like what are some things that you do to prevent these things for you?
Yeah, so we have minimum standards for training through Missouri Post police officer standards and training. We have minimum standards. So every year we have to get at least 24 hours of continuing education credits or units, and every 3 years we have to have 72. That math adds up. Yeah, 72 hours. So what I try to do is I try to not only we always have to meet the minimum, because if you don't meet the minimum, then you can't be certified as a law enforcement professional in the state of Missouri. So we have the bare minimum, but I take what is the minimum and I add to it. So that's why we do crisis intervention training. And it's not just crisis intervention training, just to get it knocked out. No, we participate in crisis intervention training. We make it a part of our culture. There's veteran CIT, there's dispatch CIT, communications CIT, 911. There's even jail CIT. So we take advantage of all of that. Also, I invite subject matter experts to come in and talk about diversity and cultural differences and everything that meets that racial. Uh, oh, geez. Uh, I'm trying to think of it off the top of my head, and I lost it. Implicit bias. That hurt. No, so what I do is I actually invite friends who are subject matter experts in the realm of implicit bias, and we hold training sessions for our employees. So they come in and I make them go to training. Whenever there's training anywhere in the KC metro area, I always ask my commanders who's going to this training. The problem that we run into is there are only so many hours in the day, and we only have so many people. I mean, we're no different than the majority of the law enforcement agencies out there. We are suffering from a crisis, a staffing crisis, a shortage. So every time I send someone to training, that means that we have to bring someone else in to cover their spot or force somebody who's already worked a 12-hour shift and making them work an 18-hour shift. Mm-hmm. Well, that causes problems in itself. It causes burnout problems. It causes disgruntlement and, the array of things that come with that. So what we do is we try to go beyond the basic level of the minimum standards. We try to excel in that. And I always encourage my employees to be the best versions of themselves, no matter what unit they're in, no matter what their responsibilities are.
That is very important. So I'm looking at your 2023 annual report. So this is a little outdated, seeing how we're going into 2025. But it looks like in 2023
right now.
What's that?
It's the most updated one we have right now. So right. 20 will come out when this year is over. We usually release it in 25, or we will release it in 25.
Okay. So I don't feel as out of date. But like when looking at this, I'm looking at your guys' staffing stats right now. In 2023, you guys had 278 applications. Out of those applications, you guys chose to interview 157, so you basically cut it in half, roughly. And from that, you took a third and hired 48. So kind of walk me through that process here, because obviously I understand that a saying in this wonderful book, Your Next 5 Moves by Patrick Bet-David, he talks about building a team, which is what I'm very infatuated with right now. And he says hire slow, or slow to hire, quick to fire is the catchy term. And so it's relieving to see that in 2023 you guys were slow to hire. Now I can't see how many fires there were, but it's slow to hire, and I like that. As a business owner myself, I love that slow process. So kind of walk me through those numbers. It goes 278 to 157, cut it in half essentially, and then you go a third of that. So what's that process look like?
Yeah, so I mean, our process, our hiring process, recruiting and hiring process has changed since 23, and that will be actually highlighted in 24's report. But slow to hire for law enforcement, once upon a time, was the way to go. When I applied to the Phoenix Police Department, I guess there was probably 800 plus applicants for about 100 positions, and I was fortunate enough to get one of those. Today, I have a roughly 15 vacancies, and I can't get qualified people in. So our recruiting efforts have to be ramped up. So slow to hire now hurts us. Mm-hmm. So what we do, we've changed it. Let's stick with 2023 real quick, and then I'll kind of give you a glimpse into 24 and what we do. So back in 23, someone would have to apply, and they have to fill out a demographic page, where you live at, what's your date of birth, social security, and stuff like that, so we can do the background check. But then you also had to give us 10 years of residences, 10 years of employment, and then personal references, and there was some other information on there. So the people who took time to actually people who submitted their application, and this is where it's cut in half. A lot of those applications weren't completed. Like they would just put, I've lived in this house for 1 year, and then leave the rest of it off. Well, now we have to, from a business aspect, now we have to consider, do we chase this person? Or do we just chalk it up to saying they didn't even take the effort to follow the instructions, because it's not a hard application. It wasn't a hard application to fill out. So those are the ones where it was very easy for us to say, they didn't even bother filling in the rest of this information. How much effort are we going to put into them? The risk reward ratio is really low. So we automatically disqualify them. Mm-hmm. So then when we go from 157 down to how many we've actually hired, and I think you said 43. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head.
Yep, 48.
48. Okay. So the ones who actually fill out all the information, we start digging. We have to do a background investigation on everyone. It's mandatory.
Obviously. Yep.
Well, then that's when we learn that, if you have a felony, you're not eligible. And felony can be felony property damage. It can be felony writing a bad check, felony possession, drugs. It just depends. And because of those minimum standards that I mentioned earlier, mm-hmm. if you don't meet the minimum standards for eligibility, now we have to start removing you. So we go from not even completing the application fully to now you've completed the application, and thank you for being honest, because that's the utmost importance, is being truthful. You're not eligible because of XYZ, and we give them explanations. We don't just drop them. Well, then the ones that actually come in for the interviews, if you come into an interview for law enforcement, like I'm a super relaxed guy. I'm relaxed, I'm easygoing. But if you come in your pajamas looking for a job in a law enforcement agency, we're probably not going to hire you. I say that and I laugh, but it's happened.
Pajamas?
Pajamas. Okay. Like legit walking in a 2-piece pajama set with, I don't know, fluffy Crocs.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So we're not going to hire you. I mean, there's a level of professionalism that we have to have. Now we are really relaxed because we don't know everyone's circumstance. If you come in and you're in a polo and jeans, man, that's good enough for an interview. Like I that's not enough for me to judge on what's going on in your life. But if you've made it to this point, I'm willing to continue this process to see where we can take you. Mm-hmm. Now, when you start going through all that, that's where we're left with only 48. Yeah. Thankfully, we don't have to terminate a whole lot. I would say in 23, my best guess, it was probably less than 5 terminations. Yeah. Now, I will say that through attrition, we probably lost a lot more than that. Unfortunately, we have a revolving door, and I'll use one employee recently. He's a friend of the family, and he went to school with my son, my youngest son, and he wanted to go in law enforcement. And he sent me a text message, and he said, "Sheriff," he goes, "I really thank you for the opportunity you gave me." He said, "But law enforcement is not what I thought it was, and I have realized that I don't want to be in law enforcement." And I was like, good for you. Like, you're not hurting my feelings. In fact, I'm glad that you learned early on so you didn't have to live a life of anxiety and depression, and because that's no way to go to work. And so I commended him for it, and I told him, I was like, look, if I can be there for you and be helpful, be successful somewhere else, I'm here for you. And I've done that with a lot of employees who decided, yeah, I'm done here. I'm like, hey, that's cool. But yeah, recruiting, that's really hard. And now, just as a side note, marijuana is legal, both medicinally and recreationally in the state of Missouri. I'm not really worried about weed. And quite frankly, in almost 22 years of being in law enforcement, and when I was working the streets, I have never fought anyone who was high. Like, it was never an issue for me. Excuse me. But even though it's legal in the state of Missouri, it's not legal federally. And, so every one of our employees are subject to recall at a moment's notice. If a tornado ripped through Liberty, right? Everyone's coming in. Like, I don't care what you're doing. Now, if you're on vacation, I'm not going to drag you in, but everyone, it's all hands on deck. Well, if you're high, how I can't use you. You're it's just like being drunk, right? Which is legal, right? You can be intoxicated. I'm not going to judge anyone for, how much they like to drink because I turn it on sometimes, but I'm not going to use you. So when people come in and they admit to us, yes, I've smoked weed 2 weeks ago, we're like, no worries. What I'll do is I'll continue to process you. We're not going to test you right now, but we're going to give you a month and you should be good to go.
Mm-hmm.
But if you come in a month later and you piss hot, you're still using, and I can't use you. So weed's not an issue. But
Yeah.
when you put down that you've used fentanyl or some other kind of opioid or shrooms and like any other kind of psychedelic, like, come on, man. Like, I can't hire you. So unfortunately, there are a lot of people who do stuff like that, and and good for them. They want to change their ways. They want to try to clean up their life, and they want to get into law enforcement, perhaps because it was a positive interaction with a police officer. Now they want to do their part, and good for them.
Yeah.
But now you have to have time that separates you from that. And I tell you, you give it 3 years, go do some other things, go do be great somewhere else, and then if you still want to be a cop and you want to come here, we'll have a conversation.
Fair.
But that's why it's hard to see those numbers and go, what the heck?
Yeah. Well, and you guys had you had in your turnover, you had 42. So, if 5 of those were fires, then 37 people decided to retire or quit or find something new. So,
Yeah.
I mean, you're not quite, you're still negative from, or you're not quite negative.
It feels like I take one step forward and then two steps
2
back.
steps back. Yeah, that's kind of what the numbers are telling me here. And it's not because you guys don't have the budget, because your guys' budget is looking good too. So in 2020 you guys were just under 20 million, and now it looks like you are in 2023, 3 years later, which I assume it's kind of on the rise still. You guys are looking like 27 million. So it's not like you guys don't have the budget, it seems like. And it looks like your guys' budget, just based off of the allocation here, 82.6% is going to personnel. 13% is contractual, so that's medical, mental health services, detention center, food, service for the detention center, vehicle maintenance and repairs, etc. For people who don't know, obviously you probably know that. And then commodities, fuel, office supplies, ammunition, bedding, linen, for the detention center. So that's 4.4%. So it's not like we're wasting money here. So it's simply just because um, you just can't get people to fill the
Yeah.
shoes. And what really sucks, and it pisses me off, is it's, I'd say 99% cops have a bad rep. No one wants to do it. I talk with people consistently. I hate every cop. Okay. No, I'm not gonna lie. I'd probably hate a few cops too, and I'm sure you do as well. But 90%, I'd say, probably 95 even, is um good people trying to make a difference, and you hate those people. And I think it's very hypocritical that you want to, let's defund the police. Let's, let's make them bad. Let's take away their guns. They don't need guns. They don't need this. They don't need that. Okay, fair. So, which we'll get into this in a minute. when a illegal is kicking down your door, who you calling? Which an illegal comes to my house, it's not good. Just make it clear, it's not a good house to break into. But for someone who doesn't believe in guns and whatnot, you're screwed because you can't defend yourself for one. And then isn't it hypocritical? You're going to call the same people who you have demonized. You've taken their no, they don't need a gun. They're horrible people. We don't need them. Let's take away funding for them, and then let's complain when they screw up. Anyway, it seems very hypocritical to me, and it pisses me off because, like, I'm looking at these numbers. I'm a numbers guy, and I mean, like these numbers are very hard to swallow. Not because you're not doing your job, not because your team's not doing their job, because the sole reason is they don't want to be on CNN for doing their job. Don't get me wrong. There's definitely situations where we can probably both agree that that situation should not have happened. But and this is again numbers guy. If we look at how many cops in the United States, how many cops in the US?
Probably between 750,000 to 850,000, depending on what
Okay.
you pull up.
So Statista from 2022 to 2024, between 708 to 800,000 cops. Okay. Okay. That is an actual decrease of cops, by the way, in case you're wondering, from previously. Okay. So let's say there's 750,000. Let's cut it right in the middle. 750,000 cops. And that includes county sheriff's office, police department, state troopers, and federal law enforcement. 800,000. All right. How many? No, it's not. That's not going to be a Googleable offense. And let's just say there are 70 instances of bad situations. 70 of cops in the wrong. Okay. I don't know, 70 a month, 70 a week, whatever. We can be generous, 70 a week. 70 times okay. Whoops, times 12. Okay. So that's 3,660 incidences per year, and this is purely speculation. Okay, fair. Now let's go. Okay, there's 800,000. Let's say there is a group of what's an average group responding to a call where a situation with this four, cops, would you say? How many would you say?
No, because 80% of the law enforcement agencies in the country have less than 50 officers.
Wow.
Yeah. So yeah. Um, so it's hard to say. We always try to send two. Whenever
Okay.
there's crimes against persons, we always try to send two at a
Okay.
minimum.
Two. For the sake of this, we'll call it three, just to be overly generous. Okay. So that is if there's 3,660 incidences at 3 cops per incident, that is only 10,000 cops that are bad. And out of those 3 cops, I'm willing to bet maybe 2, 3 are bad, maybe 1 is bad. But again, if you're in a group of 3, the 2 good should stop the bad one in theory, right? We're getting a little into that, but that's only 10,000 cops.
And we're actually getting a lot of training now, as we should, on a topic called duty to intervene, because it is our responsibility to stop those cops who are heavy-handed and doing stupid.
Yeah.
But here's another statistic to add to that. I don't know what the number is, but how many calls for service have happened? How many calls for service happens in 1 year? I think it's like over 100 million calls for service. So over 100 million calls for service, and that's all the and one's too many. Let's not downgrade this by any means, but 10,000. I mean, statistically speaking, that's it sucks, but it's still, man, that's still statistically acceptable.
Yeah, for sure.
If you look at any industry, and if they have that kind of ratio, um, they're doing pretty good. But bankers will commit fraud. Politicians will do insider trading. I mean, so that you can always find some kind of bad apple in any industry. The problem that we have with us is we have legal authority to end someone's life, to take someone's life. And that's, man, that's a heavy burden. And I tell you what, man, I don't think there's, I'll probably regret saying it like this, but I don't think there's any cop that wakes up in any one morning and says, I hope I get to kill someone today. Like, I just can't fathom, that happening. Now, there are circumstances where, in a shoot, no shoot type thing, when you have a half a second to decide and they decide to pull the trigger. And then if they just had another half second longer to make that decision, they would have known that they didn't have to pull the trigger. That's what we're talking about here. It's a half a second. It's like, man, life and death in less than a second. Life and death decision in less than a second. Those are the kind of circumstances that we're faced against.
I agree. Now, with that math that we just did, of 750,000, if there is 10,080 incidences or cops that are guilty of being bad, out of the 800,000 or 750,000, I apologize, that is 1.344%. So,
if we really dug into this, we would find out that it's not even 10,000. It would be a lot lower than that.
Which I agree.
Yeah. So I would venture to say it's probably 0.0 and then maybe 2, 1. I don't know. Just kind of taking it off the top of my head with the, like I said, if we really dug into this. But gosh, you said a whole lot that was just really deserves to be peeled down or peeled apart, because first of all, I want to go back to the budget. And I just want to point out that 4.4% for commodities, that's literally my operations budget. That is what it takes. That's all I have to run the sheriff's office. Salaries are going to salary. Contractuals, I have no choice in that. Like, I have to pay our vendors. But that 4.4%, that's the only wiggle room that I have to run the sheriff's office. So with that, moving on to something else that you said, and you hit the nail on the head. People don't want to be cops because of what we see on the media. Because of what we see on social media and this narrative that is driven. And I was on a panel in the city of Kearney a couple of weeks ago, and we were talking about the staffing shortages that I have, and really for all agencies in Clay County. And I said, here's the deal. I said, who are the people who am I hiring? From what communities am I hiring? I said, I'm hiring people who live in Clay County. My problem is Clay County is affluent. And so there's not a whole lot of affluent people who want their kids to work in the jail. Now, there are a lot of people who live in the not so affluent areas that would love to work in the jail and make what we pay and the benefits that come with it, but their family members won't let them because they have a distrust for law enforcement or they had a bad experience. I said, so, the fact of the matter is this: I hire the sons and daughters, the moms and dads, the aunts and uncles of the people who live in Clay County. And when social media and media tell them to not support that line of work, at the end of the day, who suffers from it? Our communities. That's who suffers from it. And so that's really unfortunate. And then, look, man, I'm not a naive person, and I will be the first to say that we do have bad apples. In the 4 years that I've been sheriff, I think I've fired probably 6 personal friends of mine, because they made bad decisions. And it escalated to the point where it's like, no, I hope to God you're never a cop ever again. Because we can't have people like you being in law enforcement representing us.
Yeah.
And so I've had to do that. And to your point in the very beginning, I don't know if you were recording yet or not, but look, it stands true. There's no one that hates more a bad cop than a good cop, because we still have to do this job and it's hard enough as it is. And then at the end of the day, people need to understand that when I go home and this uniform comes off, who am I? Man, I'm your next door neighbor. I'm a father. I'm a husband. I'm the guy that will mow your lawn because you broke your ankle. I'm there. We just have to change that narrative and that perception. And what's the best way to do that? Well, that's where law enforcement leadership comes in. And we have to put ourselves out there to start building trust in our communities, with our communities. And sometimes that requires a lot, to include sacrifice. But that's what I signed up for.
Mm-hmm.
You bet I'm going to be out there doing it. So yeah, man, there was a lot to peel back from what you were saying, and thanks for the opportunity for me to add to that.
No, without a doubt, because something I'm very passionate about. I mean, like if you look at my beautiful shelf here, I do have my American flag with the blue stripe,
Yep.
and I do have my American flag that I walked out with in my last fight. Um, but it's America, and if you were to come to my office and you look to my left, there is a 12-foot by 6 feet tall, huge American flag. So if there's anything that you got to know about me, it's I love America. And with that being said, if if I'm not here to defend my family, I'm calling you guys. It's the way it is, you know? And it is a hard thing. And I think another thing too is I think society um is being is getting more selfish because of the divisiveness within the politicians. With which, don't get me wrong, I'm obviously a huge Trump supporter. He's on my painting and everything like that. And he's very divisive and he's very abrasive. But with that being said, he literally would give his life for this country. We seen it just a couple months ago. So that's something I can appreciate. And that's what cops are. And I think again, don't not to, dog on my generation again, but these kids aren't willing to. I'm talking with my friends, not my friends, my counterparts, and we're talking and whatnot because I'll talk to anybody, and they're telling me, I'm like, listen, man, like I would die for my wife, I would die for my future kids, my future wife, I would die for my mom, I'd die for my sister, I'd die for my dogs, even, like that's just who I am, right? Like as a man, I feel like or I'll die for some random lady, like I'm here to protect people, right? And I possess a certain skill set that I'm able to do so. So, uh, and I would die for people that I am protecting, right? But I think that's a loss. That's something lost. It's hard to wrap around your head around giving your life for someone else that you don't know, you'll never meet because you'll be dead. And it's hard to wrap around that. And I think selflessness is becoming very far and few between. Selfishness out of trying to survive is becoming more and more. Because if you think about, I'll take you back 30, 40 years. What happened? The mom stayed home, raised the kids. The dad went to work, generally, right? And so you look at that, that is selfless, right? We're doing two separate jobs, but providing. Okay. Now we come to modern day. We need two separate incomes, which makes us equal. And not to say that previously we were not equal, but it makes us equal now. We're both working, we're both doing the same thing, right? So we're not able to disperse our resources. Okay. Then how am I supposed to be selfless? Which I think even if you're working two jobs, it is possible. But how am I supposed to be selfless when we're doing the same thing? when we are, doing the same stuff every single day, we wake up, one of us takes the kids to school or they ride the school bus and we go to work and this and that. How are we supposed to feel like you want to you would die to defend your wife and everything like that when it's kind of seems like it's a business transaction. You're not making me strong where I'm weak, and I'm not making you strong where I'm weak. It seems like we're just in this together to live. And I can say that because I've seen it firsthand with my parents, and that's why they are now divorced, is because it wasn't that selflessness. It was just, we are here, we are literally trying to raise our kids and survive rather than tend to each other, which in turn eliminates the selflessness and selfishness.
So what you're describing is a transactional relationship.
Exactly.
And look, I man, the nuclear family, right? Mom's at home, she's caring for the family and the kids and stuff like that. That worked once upon a time, but I think we've kind of grown from that. I mean, times were different. I think the traditional nuclear family as we've known it is a thing of the past. I mean, we're talking like what was after World War II. So when all the guys came back, the women who were working in the industries and stuff like that now had to come back to the kitchen, so to say. Which I don't know. We can't agree with that today because times are different.
Right.
I mean, we're talking 70 years later. But there's something to be said, especially after the 80s when hostile takeovers, corporate shutdowns, and all that stuff forced a two family income. And you look at our economy now, my gosh, you can't get away from going to McDonald's and not spending nearly $30 for two
Exactly.
people. It's insane. It's madness. So
Exactly.
now we're forced to have two parents work. But to your point, if it's merely transactional, man, that family is not going to be cohesive. And that's why I said earlier, you have to invest in your partner. It's not always 50-50. It can't be because someone's going to give and someone's going to take, and it's constantly moving back and forth. But that's why we still have to find a way to balance that out. It cannot just be transactional because what is it? What ends up happening? Divorce,
Hmm.
right? And who suffers from that? It's not the mom and dad, it's the kids.
For sure.
The kids have to like figure out what the heck. I mean, am I the reason for this?
Hmm.
Because that's a question that's asked oftentimes.
Hmm.
But yeah, transactional relationships don't work out. I mean, man, to your point of selflessness and then selfishness, holy cats. I'm seeing so much of that today. And being able to give your life for another human being, that that's less than 1% of the world's population that has that mindset. Now, there are a lot of people who think they have that mindset,
Hmm.
and I'm not saying you don't. I've actually seen people firsthand freeze. I'll share this real quick. We were ambushed one day, and and I saw people freeze, and I'm just like, what the heck? And then we had the conversation about it. Everyone made it back to our compound, safe and sound. But it's like, holy crap, you know. But that's also the reason why I highly encourage people, like when I do active shooter presentations or women's self defense and stuff like that. Just because you think you can doesn't mean you can. If
Yeah.
you have never trained like that, like these guys coming in for a trial class or something like that, and they come in thinking that they're gonna freaking rock and roll, and then all of a sudden a 13-year-old kid freaking tunes them up, and they freaking run with their tail between their legs. It's like, no, no, no,
Yeah.
no, it doesn't work like that. Like you have to continue to suck it up and drive on if you want to get better at it. But no,
Yeah.
there's people that come in and they think they can do it. Well, I'm trying to think of the memes that I've seen. Um, Everyone wants to be an operator until it comes time to operate.
True.
Complacency. To your point, we're comfortable. Well, comfortability leads to complacency.
Hmm.
Complacent. How are you able to excel in anything?
Right.
No, that time is gone. Without that competition,
Hmm.
we can't be better because no one's pushing us. You
Absolutely.
know? Oh man, I
Absolutely.
feel
And
like I
and
just
that's
and I don't know what the point was, but yeah, you did a lot of good stuff.
Well, but the point is it's hard for people to even further be first responders, but especially cops. You know, like I'd say like it goes cops, firefighters, and then EMS as far as like danger, imminent danger with cops and firefighters probably being tied, honestly. Um, or cops getting the slight edge just because of, active shooter situations and things like that, right? But either way,
I have so many jokes about firefighting. Look, I love my brothers and sisters in red. They do a very important job, and a
yeah,
lot of times it's not even fighting fires anymore. They're
yeah,
calling out, they're getting called out to help people when they're ill and they're medically challenged and things like that. But firefighters still have to stage until we clear the scene.
I mean,
I
so
throw it in there.
which is
I love
true,
my brothers and sisters in red.
which is true. And that's just what it boils down to, which is why I said I would probably give the slight edge to cops because of, they're the ones carrying the badge and the gun. Firefighters aren't running into schools or running into this and running into that. They have their own danger and their own
Yeah,
respects.
it's all relative, right? Because I'm not going to run into a house when it's on fire.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just not going to do it. Like, hell no, I'm not going to go, up in flames with the house. But
Hmm.
our firefighters, man, they will run into that house with their hose and axe and everything else that they have, and they will freaking save people's lives.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that. Now, if
Yeah.
I was trained, maybe if I had the right gear, but as a cop, nope, I'm not doing that. Or
Mhm.
when they're trying to ventilate a roof and then the whole freaking structure collapses and then one of them die, like it's all relative. They play an important role. And
Absolutely.
EMS, let's not forget about our paramedics and our EMTs.
Hmm.
They're caring for people who have, contagious ailments, and they place themselves in that environment willingly. Like,
Yeah.
man, I don't know what's worse: getting shot, falling through a roof, or getting freaking tuberculosis. Like,
Yeah.
it's all relative.
No, it for sure is. And uh there there's danger in its own respect.
Yeah.
For sure. So kind of going back to these numbers here, I'm down to your guys' inmate totals, which I'd kind of like to break this number down. So out of the 4,360 inmates booked for whatever reason it may be, 4,344 got released, and you held a daily population average of 250, which in 2022 it looks like those numbers were high uh, compared to 4,000. I mean, you guys took a significant drop of 1,000, um, and then you dropped your from 2022 to 2023. You dropped your average to 37 people, really. So I mean, what's the ideal situation for you as far as, I mean, because you literally only kept 16 people that you booked. Everyone else got released.
Yeah, and there's some other mitigating factors in those numbers, so they don't necessarily stay in our jail. A release could be to the Department of Corrections, so when they go to prison.
Mm,
And so there's a lot of factors that go into that.
okay.
But you know, ideally, if I understand your question correctly, ideally, the only people that I want in my jail are the menace to society people, people who are literally a danger to society, um, and they have to wait for their day in court. Now, right now, I mean, I could look at the numbers. It'd take me too long to look it up, but I would say there's probably less than 100, and that's probably really high. But right now, my population is 300. So those numbers that you're looking at right now, those are going to be low when we report out 24's numbers. And there's as a side note, the reason why the fluctuation is because of COVID. COVID had a lot to do with that. We released a lot of people, not people who were dangerous to society, but people who we could release. and then warrants for their arrest were placed out because they didn't come back when they were supposed to, and now we've got, I
Yeah.
don't know, 10,000 active warrants in or out of Clay County, and so that's why those numbers fluctuate. But next year's report will show that our inmate population has increased, and we hover right around 300. In fact, a couple of weeks ago, we were at 330. My functional capacity in my jail is 225.
Wow.
Yeah. And the reason why is because I don't have enough personnel, I don't have enough employees
Mhm.
to make sure that it's a safe environment for both the employees and our inmates. Because the inmates that I have in my facility, they're not guilty yet. They're all waiting for their day in court. And that's why you see that rotation. You know, they've had their day in court and they're released. They've given guidelines and stipulations and whatever the case may be. So everyone in my jail are innocent until proven guilty. And that's the
Mhm.
standard that I hold. So I have two standards that I could hold: pre-trial and post-trial. Post-trial is very different. You know, when you reach post-trial, if you stay in my jail, you're probably going to get out in a few months. You know, that it doesn't it doesn't rise to the level of DOC. But there's a different set of guidelines that come with it. So the higher standard is pre-trial. So even murderers get the higher standard. And the reason why I do that is because it adds consistency across the board. And our employees, as well as the inmates, know that there is one standard that everyone has to follow. And when you don't operate within that standard, then the repercussions are XYZ. And we have
Mhm.
all that spelled out for our inmates. But ideally, yeah, I want people who are a danger to society in my jail. I don't want people who, just because they were, uh, how do I put this, as politically correct as I can, I don't want the single mom of three kids who worked two jobs to make ends meet to spend not even one day in my jail, let alone 7 days in jail, because she had an FTA warrant for her arrest on driving on a suspended driver's license. You're never going to convince me that she is a danger to society.
Right.
Right? But she did break the law and she has to be held accountable. But incarceration today cannot be the incarceration standards or practices that we've practiced for the last 100 years. Like, we need to be a little bit smarter about how we do this. I don't know what the answer is, but I know that mom, I don't know, she may have even lost one of her jobs, if not both, because she was in here for 7 days. That's not the person that I want in here. And so whenever I hear people say, you know, whenever we're trying to do like a book drive or a puzzle drive for our inmates and just trying to do something, and people go, they're criminals, they don't deserve that, they need to do their time. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I have moms in here that are doing their time. I have dads in here, brothers and sisters, right? And I'm like, they're still going to be held accountable, but they're still human beings.
Yeah.
The whole goal for incarceration is to change behavior.
Mhm.
So we're looking at recidivism rates. We're looking at rehabilitation, and I'm not a prison. I'm a jail. So our odds are a lot higher to be able to rehabilitate someone who goes into my facility, and then we are proactive in giving them, finding them resources before they get out of jail, not after they get out of jail. We
Right.
work with them before. And you know, and when I have the chance to explain that to people, they go, I never really thought of it like that. I just assumed that whoever was in your jail, they're just bad people.
Yeah.
No, I said it early on in our interview. They're good people, by and large, good people who make bad mistakes.
Yeah.
They'll be held accountable and then they'll be out. But why do I have to treat them like animals? That's unacceptable. Like, they're still human beings, and that's
Yeah.
the way I'm going to treat them.
Right. One, I think it's like we were talking about relativity too. Driving on a suspended license isn't the same as doing something, armed robbery or something like
I was
that.
going to say
Right.
sticking a gun in your face and taking your shoes.
Right. I mean, it's just, like you look at like things that matter, like, yes, driving on a suspended license isn't correct, but when you're talking about the big scheme of things, Like, just get your shit taken care of, and let's just move on. Let's go
Right.
on our merry way.
However, you were talking about selflessness and selfishness,
Yeah.
right? Telling somebody you need to get your act together is not the same. Telling someone you need to get your act together when they're selfless is not the same as telling a selfish person you need to get your act together. Because about, when it comes to them and their mindset, it's very much, Maslow's hierarchy of needs comes into play, and it's all about the self. They don't care about anyone else.
Hmm.
And you know what? When those are the people that need to be held accountable. And I don't know what the solution is. I don't think the jail is the solution. I think electronic monitoring, I think maybe some additional fines, maybe some garnishing of some wages or something like that to make sure that you can collect. But being incarcerated in jail will cost astronomically more taxpayer dollars than it
Right.
is to hold them accountable by garnishing their wages at, I don't know, $5 a week paycheck. Like, it doesn't have to be big. It can still be affordable and still get your point across.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. No, I 100% agree. Now we're gonna kind of go into um this is something I'm also very passionate about. Registered sex offenders. You guys registered 460 of registered sex offenders, and you are monitoring them. It says registered sex offenders monitored. So you're monitoring 460. What's that going to? What's that account for?
Yeah. So what goes into monitoring them is most of the sex offenders on our registration on our database, they are compliant, and that's what we're looking for is compliance. They will actually come in and do their checks. They will come in and say, hey, I still live at this address, I'm still at this job, and stuff like that. The ones who are found out of compliance, or all the way up to absconding, is I actually send my deputies out looking for them. Like, I don't care. We don't care if you're homeless. We will go to the homeless camps and we will look for you. And we find information. Usually those are the ones they're not necessarily trying to evade us. They're the ones who they're dealing with a lot of mental health issues. And so we have to go look for them. But yeah, we still monitor them as well. Sometimes what makes our job hard is when we find out that one of those sex offenders has died, and there's no way that we can take them off because nobody went through the process to notify appropriately. So we have to work through that, and it just becomes painstakingly. It becomes a painstaking obligation because we still have to do our part. And then eventually we get everything taken care of, and we can say, yeah, this person passed away on or around this date. And if we can get the death certificate from wherever they were at, we add that to the report, and then we take them off. But yeah, mostly they will come in and they will do their self checks, but the ones that don't, we will go look for you.
Good to hear. Yeah, sex offenders piss me off. Um, Now, actual sex offenders. Now, I think like there's some sex offenses that are kind of bogus, but like if you were actually a sexual predator, you piss me off.
Yeah.
Um, all right. Another topic I'm kind of passionate about, um, school resources. So before we kind of dive into these numbers, as a sheriff's office, speaking collectively, what is your guys' protocol for a active shooter in a school? What measures, if any, do you guys take to prevent, those situations? Like what's that whole thing look like?
Oh man. Okay, so just kind of lead into this. We have 17 school resource deputies. We
Yep.
have the largest school resource unit in the state of Missouri. We also have our school resource deputies in the second largest school district in Missouri, and
Mhm.
that's the North Kansas City School District. We have an amazing working relationship with the school district, and that has taken years to get to that point. The everyone from the superintendent to the cabinet members, executive members, we have great working relationships with them. That's taken a lot of time. I mean, I remember a day when we wouldn't even talk with each other, and that was just maybe 9 years ago. But here we are today, and we talk with each other all the time. So, because we have that relationship, the protocol is very simple. If there's an active shooter, we respond. We're not going to be like, oh man, I don't even want to describe it because it just irritates me. There is no question, no doubt in my mind that our school resource deputies will respond, and they will respond as a single unit, and they will neutralize the threat. Because we have to. It's not about us. It's about those kids. Absolutely. And we have seen time and time again, mass shootings in schools. Not to get into the gun debate or anything like that, but the problem is, it's not even a problem. I still love my country. I'm a Second Amendment supporter. But there are people with mental health issues that get their hands on guns, and it doesn't matter. It's legally, illegally. They're always accessible, and they go in and they do things. But for us, our sole mission is to protect those kids, and they will go in and they will neutralize the threat. But beyond that, what we have done is, as a part of prevention or preparation, is every school has a command post within that school, and that's the school district's doing. So they have a camera system that's set up to where the directors of security for the school and the assistant director and even the principals and all the way up to the superintendent, they have access to that. And so when we respond after the fact, because it's not just the active shooter, we have to think about secondary shooters. We have to think about maybe explosives. I mean, you just run through the gamut. So just because the threat has been neutralized doesn't mean the scene is clear. We will spend hours after that evacuating the school, and then also making sure that we have all of the information that we need that's necessary to protect the other schools that weren't affected, right? It can all be done out of that command center. It's phenomenal what we have accomplished with the North Kansas City School District. And in many ways, when I have conversations about my school resource unit, and I start talking about the relationship, the command centers, the interoperability, the radios, communication, everything, people go, what? I can't even get, so-and-so to let me have a school radio so I can talk with the principal. And I'm just like, it sounds to me like you have a lot of work to do. And it just wasn't like that. I mean, I don't remember personally, but one of my majors, he was the very first school resource deputy in the North Kansas City School District. And I think that was back in 92, 93. Mm-hmm. And going from that to what we have today, I mean, that speaks volumes. But I think most of that has been accomplished, I'd probably say in the last 4 to 6 years. We've made great strides.
Sounds like it. It really does. And it's relieving to hear. I mean, it's a scary thing. And, again, as I stated earlier, I love the Second Amendment. And that's just the way it is. I think if you take away guns from good people, bad people are still going to have them. So you're just making more problems for first responders. I think, but at the same time, there has to be something. I don't know what it might be. I mean, you might know better, but what it might be to help regulate or at least drop it. Like I'm not naive. I know we're never going to live in a perfect world. There's always going to be bad cops. There always has been. There's always going to be bad people. Like in a utopian society, yeah, everyone would be great. Unfortunately, that's just not the way we live. So we got to get that number as close to zero as possible. With that being said, I don't know what deeper background checks and whatnot, but yeah, I don't know. What do you think?
And this can go in so many different directions, right? This topic can grow tentacles, and it has grown tentacles. I mean, it's just a sea beast with tentacles. But
yeah,
one thing that lacks the spotlight is mental health. Look, I ran the numbers just a couple of weeks ago. I had my nursing staff run the numbers for me, and they reported back that 51% of my inmate population is deals with some level of mental health, whether it's therapy up to psychotropics, right? 51% of my inmates. Now, when you start looking at mental health, my jail is literally a mental institution. They don't belong here. I'm not equipped to provide the resources they need. I provide what little I can because I have to show diligence in trying to treat them. But I'm not a mental institution. I don't have 24/7 around the clock doctors and psychologists or psychiatrists.
Yeah.
But until we address the mental health problems that we have that exist in our country, we're going to continue to see stuff like this. And it's not just the active shooters, it's the guys who are in cars that decide it's a really good idea to run their car through a parade of people. You know, I mean, you take away guns and you look at other countries, machetes are being used, axes are being used, daggers are being, they're going to find a way to cause mass chaos. So to blame the gun, that's easy because we can just blame the gun.
Yeah.
But here's something that we can't do. We can't blame mental health because we don't have any way to address it. It costs money. So let's just put them in jail. Or let's just let them flounder out there until they commit an act of,
well, it's frustrating, but like, again, learning from other people's mistakes is the highest form of learning. If you look at, England, no guns, but everyone's just getting stabbed instead. Now, granted, with the skill set I possess, if you pull a knife on me, you're a dead man walking. But whereas a gun, I have little hope for success compared to a knife. But at the same time, not everyone has my skill set or the skill set that people around me have. So it's like, not everyone is fit and healthy, so it's hard. But in that same regard, taking myself out of it and fit people out of the situation, you take away guns, people are going to stab each other. There's always, and you take away guns from good people, bad people are still going to have them. I mean, drugs have been illegal for how long? And you can go get drugs pretty much anywhere you want. So it's just like, that's the fine line, but at the same, it's tough. But I do know one thing's for certain. If you take away guns, there's just going to be another thing.
Well, there's something else to consider in our country. You take away guns, and one, we're not going to be able to take away all guns. Illegal guns will exist everywhere because
Right.
of how we have existed for the last
Yeah.
250 years, right?
Right.
So, oh my gosh, you take away, I can't even fathom a country where we take away guns. So the conversation is lost on me when people say we need to start taking away guns, we need to start destroying firearms. I'm like, man, what is the number? 178 million known firearms in the United States. 178 million known firearms in the United States. I think that was the number I saw.
Uh, 170 million.
170 million. I was only off by 8 million. So,
It
man,
says civilians account for estimated 393 million
wait, say that.
firearms. It says civilians
Oh,
account for 393 million firearms.
jeez. So we'll
Privately
never.
owned firearms, 120 guns for every 100 Americans, which
Yeah.
I love, which is why we'll never be invaded. Because in order to invade the United States of America, unless you start in California, if you start anywhere else, I talk so much shit about California.
If I'm from California and I'm perfectly fine from with it.
Well, I mean, I've spent a lot of time in California, but it is, like I said, it is the furthest thing from America on this continent. But Unless you start in California, which I know people in California, there it takes like 3 years to get a gun. Like it's nuts.
Keep in mind, though, to legally possess a gun, but think about how many illegal firearms are on
Right.
the streets of Los
Yeah.
Angeles alone.
Right.
Let's just Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Never mind the rest of that valley.
Right.
Yeah, it's law-abiding citizens. I mean, those laws apply to us. They don't
Hmm.
apply to people who don't care, who aren't law-abiding.
Exactly. So 393 million. I mean, we'll never be invaded because of that. You have to literally. That's more than one gun a human, in theory. And so you have to plan for that, which will outnumber any military you can ever possibly imagine. Now, obviously, you know, with modern technology and whatnot, it's a little different, but we'll never be invaded for that reason.
Yeah, I agree with you. We will never be invaded, but you know what will happen, and not to get off on a tangent again,
Hmm.
but what's going to end up happening is we're going to be invaded through technology.
Yeah.
Our our electrical grids are going to go down.
Yes.
Our water grids are going to go down. From water treatment, and we're going to have bad actors that are infiltrating hospitals and governments. Political subdivisions within the United States with ransomware, and that's how we're going to get hit.
For
It's not
sure.
going to be.
And it's super scary because, like, again, people call me nutty, but the only paranoid survive. And what's super scary is people call me crazy for having my bug out bag and having like a known plan to where, like, if it does happen, and for instance, like, listen, people call me crazy, but I know exactly where I'm going and I know how I will live if I have no technology in this world. Like I got, money in the bag, I got ammo, guns, water, like it is it's sophisticated because I've planned for it. Um People call me crazy until it happens, and it might never happen as far as when I'm alive, but I'd rather be safe than sorry.
I'm trying to look up something real quick because you were talking about YouTube. Have you ever heard of the term Tiotwaki?
I haven't.
I'm trying to remember the guy who oh, he was a retired lieutenant colonel out of the Air Force, and he had his own show, and I can't remember his handle, but he was talking about Tiotwaki. But it's basically one word. There's no dots or anything like that, but it's the end of the world as we know it. That's Tiotwaki. And so he talks about bug out bags, and he does all kinds of firearm reviews and knife reviews and stuff.
Yeah.
If I'll ask my son because he used to be a fan of him, um, and then I'll send you a message and I'll let you
Awesome.
know.
Yeah. No, I
Even
want to know.
anymore, but
But I just think it's smart. I mean, it's like a couple $100 or $1,000, and that $1,000 will separate me from the rest of the world if it does happen. And if it doesn't happen, so what? I'm down $1,000. Who really cares? You know what I mean? That's kind of the perception that I have on it. Uh, is my life and my loved one's life worth more than $1,000 if it comes down to it? The answer is yes. All right, we're spending it.
you know, and everyone should have a certain level of preparedness. But what we really need to acknowledge is, several years ago, the federal government actually had exercises on the zombie apocalypse, and everyone was making fun of them and stuff like that. Well, I was the emergency manager for Clay County for 6 years, and I paid attention to the exercises. But I also know that the reason why they call them the zombie apocalypse isn't because of the undead, and some virus or something like that hitting us. I mean, that's really far fetched. I'm not saying it's impossible, but really far fetched. But what people don't understand, and what we actually need to acknowledge, is the zombies in this case are actually people who aren't prepared. That's the zombie apocalypse, because they're going to be resorting to violence, because people do crazy things when it comes to survival. And when you have 100 million people who don't have food or water, what do you think's going to happen? That's
Yeah.
why, I mean, for a country, let's just say like China. China is very technologically advanced um, when it comes to computers. I'm not going to say that they're not very. They have to wait till they steal one of our things before they can, make one of their own. But they can send out ransomware. They can shut down electrical grids and stuff. They're not going to
Yeah.
come over here and invade us. What they're going to do is they're going to make us crumble from within, and then we're gonna have to worry about our own zombie apocalypse that they've created.
For sure.
But that's why I say everyone should have a level of preparedness. And 6 months, like, yeah, I mean, shoot. For the longest time, I had a bug out bag. Now my kids are out of the house, and it's just like it's a little easier. But I will say that we do have food and water, resources, and stuff like that, because we have to be self-sufficient at least for a little while. If you think the government's going to come in and help you, take a look at what FEMA's, what happened with FEMA in North Carolina, and all the disinformation, misinformation, and the rumors, and how they were treated, and what our failed presidential administration is doing, by spending FEMA dollars on illegal activity. And we don't have to go down that road, but
Yeah.
American citizens are dying and suffering because FEMA didn't have enough money, because it all went to people who came across the border and were helping them.
For sure.
Man, that doesn't make sense to me. Now, look, I've been down to the border. I took a team from my office, and I worked with Sheriff Daniels from Cochise County, and we went down there for 3 days, and I got to see firsthand what's going on at the border. It's not what we see on television. It's not what we see on social media. That's a humanitarian crisis. And all we're doing is perpetuating it and making it worse. It is nuts. But for me, as an American citizen, to watch my people, my fellow citizens, my countrymen and women in North Carolina suffering because of the things that were going on over there, and there's no money to help support them because it all went to the humanitarian crisis at the border, unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable.
Yeah. Um, which the border and illegal immigration and things like that is in my notes. It's the last one. So I will ask about that. But the last thing on this that I wanted to talk about is, which is kind of going to tie into illegal immigration, border, things like that, is you guys seized 85 grams of fentanyl, um, which is big. Uh, 805 grams of meth, 52 grams of heroin, 4.5 grams of cocaine, 146 grams of narcotics and pills, and 301 items of drug paraphernalia. Uh, yeah. So roughly 2 pounds of meth. But the biggest thing I'm concerned about is fentanyl. That is something that, I mean, Halloween's what, tomorrow? Uh, you know, there's candy laced with fentanyl. Uh, Fentanyl's a big, big problem in this country, and it's one of those. I mean, again, we don't got to go into it, but China supplying it to cartels, and the cartels bringing it over. I mean, it's one of many things China's doing to destroy us, along with TikTok and,
Yeah.
I mean, everything else. If you look at China's TikTok compared to our TikTok, it's girls shaking ass and, doing this and that on ours. And then it's on China's, it's math equations and history. So, nonetheless, fentanyl. 85 grams of confiscated fentanyl. Um, I assume it's probably going to be more this year just because of the uptake. Uh,
We've
but
had some
also,
big busts this year.
that's good to hear. Um, But also, cops are dying in the line of duty due to fentanyl. I've seen plenty of videos and plenty of situations where, cops get the downwind whiff of fentanyl and just goes, you know,
They go
Cold
down.
War.
I don't know what the actual like numbers of deaths there are, but we have lost officers to fentanyl exposure. Um, yeah, I think you have a question. I didn't want to jump in there without hearing your question.
Um, it's not giving me a. 175 cops a year die from fentanyl.
Mm, that seems high.
Statista.com.
175 cops die from fentanyl exposure a year.
Yeah, it's what it said from 2016 to 2022. 100 or
Oh,
no, the average from 2016 to 2022 is 175. I read that
yeah.
wrong. That is my bad.
Oh, I was like, man, I didn't know that. That sounds really off to me. That I can believe because we're talking about a period of what, 6 years?
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, especially when we didn't know what fentanyl was.
True.
To your point that we know, as far as I know, all the information that I've been given, we know that 100% of the fentanyl that lands in U.S. soil comes from south of the border. We don't make fentanyl here, illegal fentanyl. Now there are labs that make medicinal fentanyl, and that is actually used in hospitals everywhere every day. But that is grown made in a legitimate lab. And if you look at the differences between a Mexican lab making fentanyl and a pharmaceutical company making fentanyl, it's like looking at a beat up ass old ass 1975 Ford Pinto and looking at a I don't know a 2025 Lamborghini or Porsche or like some sexy car. That's the difference. Um, so we know that it comes from south of the border. And before it was man, there's like a short progression of how fentanyl ends up in the United States, but China is now sending it to the cartels in Mexico. They don't have to go over there and get it anymore. They're just mailing it, and it's the precursors, and then they're making it, and then they're transporting it over the border.
Right.
And it's all illegal. And yeah, we have a fentanyl crisis in the United States, but my God, what is the one thing that we can do to help mitigate that? Finish the freaking wall. Like, I'm not trying to prevent people from coming into our country because that I am not against. I am against prevention. I want people to continue to come to our country
Yeah.
because we have some country. But if we want to stop all the illegal activity, not all of it, that'll never happen. I don't care how big the wall is. I don't care how wide the wall is. It would literally take, in a dystopian like scenario where there's two walls side by side with about 50 feet apart and machine guns on top. And if you end up in the no man land, like they'll execute you. Like that's the only way we're going to stop anything from coming across. But we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
But if we just finish the wall, and I'm not taking sides on any presidential administration because when I was out there, I saw Bush's wall. I saw, I think, even Clinton's wall, portion of Clinton's wall. I saw Obama's wall. I saw Trump's wall. What I don't see is Biden's wall. And I won't go into the stories about how the cartel has lookouts every time law enforcement goes to the border and how they're taking pictures of everyone and reporting back to the cartels. But look, I think they estimated $6 billion to finish the wall. Okay, it's not going to stop everyone. $6 billion, yeah, that sounds like a lot of money. Look at how many billions of dollars that we send to other countries who hate us. Man, the math is not mathing up to me.
You know how
So,
many new Bentleys Vladimir Zelensky's bought with US money? And you're gonna tell me we can't afford a couple $1 billion? Come on.
look, I'm not. I don't take a side when it comes to the illegal immigration because I actually have Mexicans in my family, right? I have Filipinos in my family, so we are a diverse family unit. Now I don't hardly talk to any of them, but nonetheless, they're family. And I have friends who have suffered because of our immigration policy. You know, we have people who have suffered at the hands of illegal immigrants. So build the wall to slow everything down and then reform our immigration policies to allow people to come into this country legally, not to become citizens unless they want to go through that process. All I'm saying is let them come in legally, give them a green card, give them some kind of, proper documents to where they can go and get a job. Immigrants that are coming over there, they're not taking my job, right? They're not taking, the jobs that, oh my gosh, that's meant for my sons and daughters and that's meant for me. No. You know where most immigrants end up working? The service industry. They end up working out in the fields for agriculture. But right now, yeah, they're still here and they're here illegally. But what they're not doing, and this is where the problem comes in, they become a burden on our system because they're not paying their portion into the system. Mm-hmm. So let's give them a way that allows them to pay and be productive members of our community, our society, and then allow them to work towards legal citizenship. We can't even do that. And so the fentanyl crisis, we're going to continue to have a fentanyl crisis because all we're doing is allowing it all to come over. Like we can keep spinning our wheels here legally or locally. My people are still going to do what they do best, and it's to take that stuff off the streets. But okay, we made an impact today, but what's going to happen tomorrow when another drug dealer comes in and starts supplying? And that's really the frustrating part. We know we can make a difference, but until we shut that water valve off, it's going to continue going. So all these efforts that we put into, treatment. Look, oh my gosh, now we're getting on a touchy subject for me because I'm very passionate. Fentanyl doesn't know race. Fentanyl doesn't know socioeconomic status. It will kill you and it will kill the next person just like you. And it affects everyone. We have to do something, and we have to start by building that wall. I don't care about the immigration piece. Let's address that later. But until we do put a stop at the border, that stuff is going to continue to flow right into our country. And let me add this, and then I'll let you talk. Fentanyl isn't even our biggest problem. Fentanyl is killing our people. You know what the biggest problem is now? Human smuggling. Because here's the deal. Think about it. If law enforcement continues to kick ass and take all this fentanyl off the streets, the cartels lose it. Okay, yeah, they're going to continue to produce it. But when an illegal immigrant comes over and they've already paid $15,000, no, $5,000, let's just go on the low end, $5,000, and they get caught and we send them back over, that's renewable income for the cartel. They say you're going to get 3 chances. Here we go. We're going to send you back out. You get caught, you come back in, pay me again. After that 3rd chance, they're not taking any money. The cartel owns them. And now they're saying, okay, we'll let you go. We'll smuggle you across, but now you're going to work at the chicken plant. Now you're going to work in a restaurant. Now you're going to work in, whatever setting. When you're working there, you're going to pay us, one, to work there, but you're also going to pay us back for smuggling you over. It's indentured servitude. They end up being prisoners, slaves. This is modern day slavery that we're talking about. The cartels are raking in the cash on human smuggling. But we're not addressing that because there's 15,000 people a day coming across our border in flip-flops and T-shirts with board shorts and their luggage right behind them. Okay? In 3 counties in Arizona. There's only 1 county in Arizona that they are not coming over like that, and that's Cochise County. But you know what? They're still making arrests. Why are people still coming across Cochise County's border and not the other borders? Because they know that they shouldn't be coming over. There's something else going on. And, those are just and we can continue to talk about this. And those are just the ones that we know of. We're not talking about the gotaways.
Mhm.
How many of those people are out there? I think in 4 years' time, the sheriff told me that they had three contacts from 4 years ago. Uh, they came in contact with three people who had terrorist ties to some like ISIS or whatever. 4 years later, and we were just out there, 3 months ago, 4 months ago,
Mhm.
100, almost 200, I believe is what he told me, arrests, people who have terrorist ties to another country.
Wow.
And those are the ones that they got, not the gotaways.
Right. So this is a hard subject for me to wrap my head around, mainly because it's one of these subjects where if I think too deep into it, I get pissed off. All right. And again, that's probably early onset Republican, but um, it pisses me off. And so, like, I try to understand it, like Sheriff Lamb, who ran for Senate, and everything like that. I've watched a ton of what he has to say about it, but it's hard for me to understand, or not understand. Obviously, I understand what's going on, but it's hard for me to really like critically think without pissing myself off. So what would be a logical solution for this problem?
Okay, so which part of the problem? The smuggling part, or the drugs, or all of the above?
Well, I think all of the above, because I think if you solve this human smuggling, you solve the drugs.
Yeah, absolutely. Because they're using mules, right? People who are called mules to
Yeah.
transport on their backs. I think a reasonable solution is for both Democrats and Republicans to get off their asses and come up with a solution themselves. If you look at the immigration problems that we've had, I mean, this dates all the way back to the 1800s. The federal government back and I can't remember which date. I think it was like 1850s, 1860s. They had the forethought of knowing the ramifications of states having the legal authority to mess with people from other countries, because we're trying to build diplomatic relationships with our own ambassadors. And if we end up doing something stupid, in the states, that could, affect. And I think I actually looked it up. I think we have over 1 million expats around the world, over 1 million Americans living in other countries who have dual citizenship, or their retirement dollar just goes a lot further in that country. If we start messing with people in our country, then that could make problems for the 1 million plus American citizens that we have around the world. If you look at presidential administrations or whoever's in control of the Senate or Congress, it's been both Republicans and Democrats. And yet here we are in 2024 dealing with the issues of today when that stuff could have been solved decades ago.
Yeah.
We have to ask ourselves, why hasn't it happened? Well, you start digging into politicians who, before they got elected, are $100,000 in debt, but then 4 years later, 6 years later, 2 years later, they're millionaires. Come on, like, for me in law enforcement, that's called a clue, okay? But we're not dealing with that because it's a part of the system. And that's why I say it the way I did. Democrats and Republicans both have to get off their asses to find a solution, a viable solution that makes everyone happy. Let me rephrase that, because you'll never make everyone happy.
Right.
But find a viable solution that makes most people happy and just do it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's start there. If we, it's almost like analysis, paralysis by analysis,
Yeah.
right? If we continue to analyze this, how much more time do we need to analyze the problem that we have at our border before we take action? Another 50, 60, 100 years? What is our country going to be like? by that time? Or how about we just find a solution now and then work on mitigating that moving forward,
Right.
modifying it? You can't. And I tell you, even the deputies that I talked with at the Cochise County Sheriff's Office and the sheriff himself, they said the wall, that's not the solution. That's not the solution. That is a part of the solution.
Yeah.
And another part of that is, and I kind of mentioned it real briefly, is the United States' immigration policy. And this is where I get really amped up over this. I have a really good friend whose brother-in-law came over illegally, was going through the process to get his citizenship. And mind you, a really good friend of mine's brother-in-law. So he's already married to an American citizen. Mm-hmm. They have children together, and he's held the same job for over 20 years. Misses a date that they didn't give him, and they deported him back to Mexico.
Wow.
He doesn't have family over there. Yeah. Thankfully, they had the resources where he could get an apartment and go through the paperwork. And then it was like 7 months later, he was allowed to come back in our country.
Wow.
We are in dire need of immigration reform.
Yeah.
That is somebody who's really, by all intents and purposes, an American citizen, and they deported him.
That's crazy. That's nuts.
So the wall is a part of the solution. Immigration reform is a part of the solution. And stop making it, we have to stop making it a part of the political platform that stagnates any movement.
Fair. So if you look at both of the candidates' policies on the wall, which is more likely to be upheld and stronger as far as getting results?
Well, I think everyone knows the answer to that. Even the people who don't want to vote for him know the answer to that. But then we talk about a divided nation. Mm-hmm. We talk about hate in people's heart because they don't like him or they don't like her, and so we're so divided. But, I share this story when it comes to foreign policy. Okay. Our government has to have a strong foreign policy in order for us to survive. Mm-hmm. When I was running for sheriff back in 2020, it was a Liberty Fall Fest, and this woman came up to me and she goes, "I heard your vote." I heard you're running for sheriff, and I said, "Yes, ma'am, I am." And she goes, "Well, who are you voting for president? Because that's going to decide whether or not I vote for you." And I was like, "Oh," I said, "Okay." I said, "Before I answer your question," I said, "would you entertain a question of my own?" And she goes, "Okay." And I said, "Who's your presiding commissioner?" She goes, "I don't know. What does that have to do with this?" And I go, "Well," I started talking about the tax issue that we had back in 2020 and how people's property values were going up. And she goes, "No, that's Jackson County." And I go, "No, ma'am, that's Clay County. Jackson County has their own problems." I was like, "But this literally just happened to us." And she goes, "What?" And I said, "The reason why I asked you who your presiding commissioner is because your presiding commissioner is a member, one person of a 3-member commission at that time. We have 7 members now." And I said, and all the decisions like that are made in that courtroom, which is the old courtroom. And she goes, "Oh my gosh, I didn't know that." And I said, "Yeah," I said, "that's the point I'm trying to make. We get so fired up over national politics, and it has very little to do with us." I'll say it has very little to do with us compared to how much it really has to do with us by having local politicians making bad decisions. Mm-hmm. And so we go through this whole, back and forth and having really good conversation. It's got her thinking, her critical thinking skills were at full speed. And she was just like, "I never thought about that." She goes, "I need to start paying attention more to local politics than I do national politics." And I said, "That's all I asked for." I said, "So you want to know who I'm voting for?" She goes, "Yes." And I said, "I have a son in Iraq right now, and I want him to come home. Who do you think I'm voting for?" And she goes, "I knew it. I'm voting for you." Never did I say who I was voting for, but everyone knows who has a strong foreign policy, now proven a strong foreign policy. But I shared that story because, people already know the answer, whether or not they want to admit it.
Yeah. Well, my good friend Ronald Reagan once said, "You're not voting for 100% of liking someone." I'm sure if we sit here long enough, we can find something that we disagree on if we haven't already. You're not voting for the 80% or the 100% of whether you like someone or not. You're voting for the 80% you like, not the 20% you don't like. Um, that's
No
just the
one's
way it is.
Yeah, no one's perfect. I mean, we can always find. I think you and I are probably well aligned when it comes to politics. But even people that I know and I support on both sides of the fence, there's always something that I don't agree with.
Yeah,
You know,
for
but
sure.
that's the beauty of our country is we can disagree. We can
Hmm.
agree to disagree, but we don't have to hate each other for it.
Hmm.
Like we live in a country where we have to worry about first world problems, not
Yeah,
third world problems. But
exactly.
yet, look at the status of our country today.
Absolutely.
And if I might take a moment real quick, you
Absolutely.
know, this election cycle
Hmm.
is very chaotic, and people are now early voting. And I just
Yep.
want to take a moment to to everyone that watches your podcast and stuff like that, your show, and when you put it out, I really would like for people to understand that the workers at the poll sites, the election judges, they're doing is checking your ID and signing off and giving you a ballot. Don't threaten to kick their ass because they tell you to not wear your MAGA hat inside or your Harris Walls t-shirt in. Like they're only following rules to help you cast your vote so your voice is heard.
Yeah.
There's an electioneering law in the state of Missouri, and I think it's pretty much a version of it everywhere in the country, is you can't electioneer within 25, I think it's 25 feet from the door, the entrance into the polling site. 74-year-old volunteer grandma telling you that you can't wear your MAGA hat is, in the polls. She's not the one to threaten to kick her ass or
Yeah.
tell her, make him remove it. Like, come on, man. Start using. I hope people can be mindful about that and leave the poll workers alone. Let them
It
do it.
it's so funny because I voted last Thursday. Uh and I wore a Trump shirt, the one of him shot in the face, bloodied up, and it just says "I love America" or something like that. And I wasn't aware or anything. Uh um, but where I did get pissed off, which I mean we've talked for a long enough now where I think you kind of know. I mean, this I what I've displayed is who I am. So I'm a very level-headed human. All right, I don't get pissed off about much. But when you come jump my ass for wearing my Trump shirt, but I look to my right and I see a Kamala Harris supporter in line with her ballot going in after everything fixing the vote, not like, and you're jumping my ass, that's where I get pissed off because that to me is worse than like again, if I didn't look to my right and see that Harris supporter with her whole get up on, I wouldn't have gotten pissed off. And obviously I wasn't like I'm gonna kick your ass or anything, but I was like, if you take a look to Exhibit A, you clearly let this happen. So why are you attacking me? Kind of deal. Uh, anyway, but that does piss me off.
And it does me too, right? Because if I can't wear what I want to wear, then
Yeah,
the other side shouldn't be able to wear what they are wearing.
correct.
That's why that law exists. But making threats to people, and I can't imagine that you did,
Right.
but guys that have been doing this, making threats, like that's not the way to address that. It
Yeah.
accomplishes nothing. It actually causes me heartburn because now my deputies have to go out there and address it. And then it looks like I'm trying to control the election process.
Yeah.
We are here to enforce a law, and there's this
Yeah.
election law, which is a misdemeanor.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we can arrest you on that. The best thing to do is call the Board of Elections and make it known to them, the directors. In Clay County, at least, I mean, I can't say this for everyone else, but I vouch for our directors of the Clay County Board of Elections, and I've worked with them for years, and I know them, and they're personal friends of mine, both the Democrat director and the Republican director, and they, much like how good cops hate bad cops, they don't like it when members of their team are letting one party shirt in and not the other party shirt, and they
Yeah.
need to know. So make a
Yeah.
phone call to the Board of Elections and let them know. They are extremely responsive to that. But making threats and like threatening grandma's, kicking grandma's ass, that is not the way to go about this.
Yeah, I mean, that's no kidding. That's no kidding. And but it also I mean, not to get controversial, not that I care, but I just don't want to deal with the headache. Um but in that circumstance, it does make me question if my ballot's going to be counted correctly or not. When there's obviously uh you know, slanted against one side and not the other, right? That it does worry me. Same thing with mail-in ballots. I think those are, you know, not good. But yeah, when you're jumping my ass for wearing a Trump shirt and you're letting everyone else in, and then you're letting them, like, honestly too, I can say, after I voted, they did the whole get up first time voter, whatever. I voted and everything, and people are asking me, "Who'd you vote for? What'd you vote for?" This and that. And again, I don't care. I voted for Trump.
Yeah,
That's just the way it is. I don't hide it, and especially like I have a podcast. So I'm in the light. Why should I be ashamed of what I believe in? I just don't feel like I. Yes, it's no one else's business, but at the same time, I don't feel ashamed in what I believe in. And if I'm not, and I live by a theory, if I can't do it in the light, then I probably shouldn't be doing it at all. Like if you, it's like my mom always told me, if you can't tell your grandma you did it, then you probably shouldn't do it. You know?
man, it's called the sniff test, right?
Yeah.
If you don't want it to end up on the front page, then you shouldn't be doing it, right?
Exactly. Right.
If you're not going to tell grandma, then you shouldn't be doing it.
Exactly.
Um, you said so. Oh, valid concern. Valid concern. You know, um, after the last election, there was a whole lot of allegations of election integrity and
Mhm.
interference and stuff like that. Well, I'll tell you what, man. Um, I was even concerned on how our ballots are being casted here in Clay County. And what I did was I went to the Board of Elections personally and I spoke with both directors at the same time. And they ran me through the entire process of how it goes. And I tell you what, man, I thought I knew because I've been voting for years now. I thought I knew what actually happens, and I can only vouch for Clay County.
Mhm.
I'm not going to vouch for Fulton, Georgia, but I will vouch for Clay County because I learned so much. There's actually, like, they triple check their work to make sure everything aligns. At least here with our board of elections.
Yeah.
And if there's any discrepancy, that's when they will literally take out every single ballot and count them by hand. And it's open to the public. So there's no way that you can hide, which was freaking awesome. So I definitely vouch for what happens here in Clay County. Now, I can't vouch for what happens when it leaves Clay County. Now, I'd like to think that we have a really good system here in the state of Missouri,
Yeah.
but I can't vouch for that. So
Right.
once it leaves Clay County, it is what it is. But something else that I didn't realize, I knew, but I didn't realize. And since we're on this topic, when you go up to show your voter card or your driver's license, and they
Yeah.
take a picture of the driver's license, and you have to sign it, and then the person on the left signs it, and then the
Yeah.
person on the right signs it.
Yeah.
Those people behind who sign it, one's a Democrat and the other one's a Republican.
Oh, wow.
Not a lot of people know that. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
Right. So what they're doing is they're ensuring that there's consistency and not one is being favored or the over the other, and they
Wow.
work together. And so that's why, for the most part, it's unfortunate that you saw what you saw having your Trump shirt on and stuff like that. The Board of Elections, they need to know about that because, man, they will nip that in the bud very quickly because we have such a good reputation in Clay County as far as election integrity goes.
Mhm.
None of us, I don't want it. The directors don't want it. The election judges don't want it. And the judges at the Seventh Circuit don't want it.
Yeah,
Want to maintain that reputation of, hey, when we vote here, we are good to go. So that's why I encourage people call the Board of Elections when stuff like that happens. They need to know.
absolutely. Yeah.
But yeah, Republican and Democrat sitting side by side,
It's
they initial the same thing that you sign.
that's craziness.
Yeah.
I like that though, personally. But yeah, and then there's these people, and I'm waiting in the line to like push my ballot in or whatever. I can't remember if I put it in a basket or put it in a machine. I can't remember, but
Um,
um,
be a machine.
yeah, probably the machine. And yeah, these two old ladies in front of me and what or middle-aged women in front of me and this one little old lady in the back of me just ask me who I'm voting for and then I tell them again, not ashamed.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trump. That's the way it is. And then these people are telling me I'm a Nazi and blah blah blah. So yeah, I had a very bad taste, but at the same time, was it worth the 15 minutes of my day? Yes. To go in there and do it for sure. Am I going to do it again in 2028? Yes, but it was kind of annoying that these people are so rude. Because like again, don't get me wrong. Do I think a lot of if you vote for the Democratic party in this election, do I think you have a screw loose? Absolutely. Um, but am I going to condemn you and talk reckless to you? Probably not. I mean, that's just not who I am.
Just trying to find a copy of a book that I wanted to show you. And I don't know where it is. I usually keep it in my office. But, you know, after I got elected, I had 4 copies of a book called All Politics is Local sent to me anonymously. And I'm like, huh, okay, another clue. Okay, if I get 4 books sent to me from 4 different people anonymously, I'm assuming anonymously because who has 4 copies of any book, right?
Right.
Um, I read this book, and it was by Tip O'Neill. Tip O'Neill was a Democrat, and he was very wise in the world of politics. And at the end of this book, I was just like, I was like, damn, that was a really good book. Like he explains a lot, and it's still relevant to today. And he passed away years ago, I believe, and I think he kind of got out of politics in I think it was short, maybe into Clinton. So he was there with Reagan, I believe. But nonetheless, he does a really good job explaining the world of politics. But it all boils down to basically one thing: all politics is local. Going back to that story that I shared about the lady who approached me and she said, who you voting for president? I said, who's your presiding commissioner? She didn't know.
Yeah.
So to kind of, and I'll do a poor job in summarizing this, but basically, we as a people need to pay attention to who is getting elected locally
Absolutely.
because it's going to be generational. Because the people that we elect locally eventually end up at the national level. And if we don't like them or if we're not paying attention to them locally, then we're allowing them to be at the national level.
Move up the ranks. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and he goes into a whole bunch of other things about like political strategies and why things happen the way they happen. And, you know, and I won't go too far or too deep into that book, but yeah, we have to pay attention locally. So that the reason why I wanted to show you that book, and I wish I had it like right here, but you made the comment, am I going to do this again in 28? Well, Sutton, I hope you do it again next year because there's elections next year
Yeah.
and the year after that. And the year there's every year we have elections.
Hmm.
So people, I want them to know, we should all know that there are elections every year.
Yeah.
And typically during a presidential election, that's the largest turnout. But in non-presidential elections, man, you look at the statistics of how many people show up, the percentage, we're literally talking between 6 and 12% of registered voters that turn out to vote. So essentially, what we're doing is we're allowing the jackwagons to get elected based off of a 6 to 12 percentile of people who made the effort to go to the polls.
Yeah.
That's startling, man.
It is. Um, well, and I would like, I mean, just on the ballot, the Supreme Court justices and this go around, etc. Like I said earlier, I love watching debates. So, I'll watch like a couple weeks ago, I was watching some small town in Oregon two mayors debate. Like, so I love politics. Again, I don't know if I'll get into it at all, but like I love watching people debate. How do people captivate an audience when speaking? That's what I'm into. How do you persuade people to love you, right? Because your personal brand's the only brand that matters. Um, so with that being said, I wrote your book down, and I'll read it, and I'll shoot you a message and let you know what I think about it. But the final two questions that I have, first one, and then the last one. First question is, what has illegal immigration done, like in Clay County? Like, what should the citizens of Clay County be aware of, be prepared for as far as illegal immigration goes? Because obviously we've seen what's happened in Aurora, Colorado, and we've seen what's happened in Chicago. And granted, we're not a sanctuary city, and they're still going to make their way around. What from your perspective of what you see on a day to day, what should the citizens of Clay County be aware of as far as illegal immigration goes?
I think we're. Let me start off by saying that Missouri is a border state. It's not just California, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. Every state in the United States is a border state now. And what we have to be worried about is the smuggling of humans, right? And okay, let me finish this thought. Smuggling of humans
Hmm.
and the smuggling of um, dangerous, fatal narcotics like fentanyl.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we don't have to worry about being like Chicago or Aurora. Like those are, I'll just call it for what it is. Those are very, very deep blue cities. We are not a blue city. Clay County is very purple in a lot of ways. Everyone wants safety and security.
Yeah.
The human smuggling part or the human trafficking, once they get over the border and they basically once they leave the county that borders, it goes from human smuggling to human trafficking.
Mhm.
And that's what we deal with here in Clay County because we have I-35, which splits us from south to north, north to south. And that is a main thoroughfare coming through Kansas City for the distribution of people, drugs, and guns. And we know this, right? So Clay County specifically, what we don't have to worry about the things that are happening in those places like Aurora and Chicago and Martha's Vineyard and stuff like that.
Right.
Um, but what I need for people in Clay County to do is if they see anything that doesn't look right in the form of human trafficking. Okay, human trafficking doesn't look like what we see on TV and stuff like that. It's not that grandioso level of human trafficking. We experience human trafficking here in Clay County through indentured servitude. And it's not just Mexicans. I mean, we have Asians, we have Mexicans, we have, well, I'll just say Hispanics, Asians, and African, right? And who knows however many other countries. But when people see stuff like that, they need to call law enforcement. They need to call Department of Homeland Security. They need to call someone because if we don't know about it, then we can't work it. We can't infiltrate that part of the trade, if you will. So I know this might sound cliche, but it stands the test of time. If you see something, say something. The problem is people are seeing something, they go, well, I don't want to get involved. And then nothing gets done, right? So I'm not saying that we don't have the potential of ending up like Aurora or Chicago, those types of places. I'm just saying it's not going to happen right now. And the reason for it is because law enforcement steps in very quickly, and we're not going to let that kind of gang activity, that level of just menace to society to happen. Because as an elected law enforcement professional,
Mm-hmm.
I will let the people know what's going on. The people are my boss. If I'm, and I love all my police chiefs here in Clay County, and really, I think there's 600 police chiefs in the state of Missouri. Man, those guys and girls are doing a hard job too, but they have a boss. They have a city manager. They have a mayor. They have a city council, depending on how their makeup is. As an elected sheriff, there's only 114 of us, 115 of us. I, I don't quite know how St. Louis does it, but there are 114 counties in the state of Missouri, and we're elected. There's only 114 of us, so you better believe that if something bad's going down, I'm going to let the people know about it. I don't care who doesn't want me to say what. No, the people need to know about it. So here in Clay County, we don't have to worry about stuff like Aurora. But man, we're still impacted by the drugs. We're still impacted by the humans that are being smuggled across.
Absolutely. Um, well, I think that answered that question pretty well. My last question for you is Sheriff what's end game for you? Are you setting up a political campaign going forward? What's your future aspirations as far as for you goes?
So, as any good politician, they'll say, "Well, I don't know what the future brings. We'll see when we get there." No, I really love my job, and I will be 100% honest with you. Politics makes me sick, and the reason for it is because it is a freaking system that I don't know how it's ever going to improve when the people won't allow it to improve. And when I say the people, the politicians, because
Yeah,
you go in with $100,000 worth of debt and you end up a millionaire a couple of years later, like that's a clue. Okay.
yeah, for sure.
Um, so yeah, politics makes me sick. I don't like the backstabbing. I don't like the backdoor deals that have to happen. But let's face it, man, that's what our country was built upon. Like, man, I mean, think about our country. Think about our forefathers before we became a country. I mean, they were literally terrorists having backdoor meetings and going against the government that we were under.
Yeah,
But look at the great country that we are today. So I'm not going to say that system will ever be gone, but man, I don't know if there's anything beyond being sheriff. I love being sheriff, and quite frankly, I'm not going to close any doors. But as long as the people will have me, I will continue to be the Clay County Sheriff. This is an honorable position, and I tell you, the lives that I've been able to impact, and it's not even just in Clay County, man. My position has allowed me to have a platform where I have friends all over the country and really around the world. But people who I've never met will send me a message saying that they look up to me and they aspire to achieve the things that I've achieved, because I am an open book and I have shared my story.
hmm
If I end up being a state legislator, a senator, a congressman, what am I doing now? Because here's another interesting fact about my position. I am the only nonpartisan sheriff in the state of Missouri.
Oh,
Now, if you look at the Clay County Republicans Facebook page, you're going to see pictures of me. All right. I don't make it, it's not a secret on how, where my leanings are. It's very conservative leanings.
Mhm.
But I'm a nonpartisan sheriff. And what that allows me to do is be able to say to people, hey, whoa, you can't call me a Republican sheriff, you know, because I won by 16 points when I got elected. And all that means is people from the other side were voting for me. And that's because I've spent years trying to build relationships. And really my motto was if you call 911, my dispatcher's not going to say 911, what's your party affiliation?
That's true.
Because being an elected law enforcement official, I have to ride that fine line between doing my job on one side and politics on the other. But I will tell you, just like I tell everyone else, politics be damned when it comes to law enforcement. Like law enforcement will always come first. But I am still a politician and I will still be there for the people. And I will be fully as transparent as I possibly can. You may not like the answer I give, but I will give you my answer. If you don't like it, the next time my name's on the ballot, you have an opportunity to unvote me,
Yeah.
unelect. So
Yeah. Right.
I don't know the future, man. I just turned 49 yesterday. I've been in law enforcement for almost 22 years. You know, after my next term, I'll have 25 years in law enforcement, almost 26 years in law enforcement. And man, that is a solid run in law enforcement. And I would be lying if I said I wasn't tired. You know, I'm tired of the bullshit that I have to put up with because of the hate and the divisiveness that our country is going through right now and the problems that it brings. Um, the whole defund the police thing, like to your point earlier, like you want to defund me, but then you need my help because you're being victimized, but I can't send anyone because of the reputation you've given us
Yeah.
or the resources you've taken away. Like that constant battle. Like when I mentioned earlier that I spend time in Jeff City, it's mostly to fight anti-police reform, you know, or police reform. It's these stupid, really insane laws that they want to get passed that handcuff me even further. And so who suffers? The communities suffer. And so like that constant battle, like man, I'm not old by any means, but I feel like I'm getting old and I'm ready to like pass the torch on. But I still feel like I have a few good years left in me. So I don't know what'll happen after the next term. I think we'll let the people decide, and we'll go from there.
Awesome. Well, we've been going for a while. I appreciate you giving me your time. I really enjoyed this conversation. I appreciate you coming on here and being so open and honest. I mean, normally when you get these people in elected uh, positions, either they do not come as come on as I've explained previously, and or you get them for 50% of what they're worth. And so I appreciate you for being so open and honest and coming on here.
Yeah, man. And I'll tell you while we're still recording, you can use this entire interview and post it. I agree with you. A lot of politicians, they get into office and, transparency goes out the window.
Hmm.
Why? Because they have to save face or they don't want something to be said. And it's like, to your point, if you can't tell grandma what you did, then should you have done it? My accountability is being open and honest. And that's why when you reached out to me and said, hey, would you be interested in being on my podcast? I was like, hell yes. I was like, that is my one way. And dude, we've literally been going for almost 5 hours. This is the longest podcast I've ever been on. But I've had a great time,
Yeah,
I get
me
to
too.
know a little bit, and it gives me an opportunity to share my opinion
Yeah.
and how things here in Clay County. And I think the demographic that you reach is a demographic that I find hardest to reach because I have a TikTok profile or whatever you want to call it. I don't use it. I don't really like it. Like I went into it like really begrudgingly, but I know that there's that age demographic that I'm missing. And I want them to know, hey, look, yeah, I might be the sheriff, I might be a cop, but I'm still someone that you can come to and ask questions.
Yeah.
I'll give you an answer, and we can talk about it, and maybe at the end we agree to disagree, or we learn.
Yeah.
I get it from you. But I really hope your viewers take something away from this. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for the opportunity to share this last 5 hours with you,
Yeah.
and just have a good time with this show. So thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate you coming on. And for everyone watching, make sure to like, share, subscribe, do all that fun stuff, especially people living in Clay County. I mean, this is who's keeping us safe and protected. So thank you for that as well. Happy birthday. I saw it was your birthday yesterday. I was going to text you, but I figured telling you here would be more appropriate. So happy birthday. And we
Appreciate
are blessed to have you in Clay County.
it. Thank you.
And for everyone watching, like I said, like, share, subscribe, and do all that fun stuff. Bye, guys.